Oh god, the cam looks so bad right now. Strange enough. Well, I guess mic check. My G Hub is not working for some reason either. All right, let's fix that real quick. But what up? Typo, you mean 8? That's still a lot. Yes, that is. But what's up, y'all? Is it 2 months already? Biggest comment. What's going on, man? Let's see. I appreciate you. Let's go back to the cam. Guess what happened? I wonder why I threw it off that like that. All right. That there. 5, 10, 0. Unclick. Apply. Okay. Deactivate, reactivate, and magic. There we go. Now if I can just get my G Hub to actually work, that'd be great. Because none of my EQ works right now because my G Hub is hanging. I guess I think my computer restarted. I think that's kind of what happened. Because usually I only have this issue with G Hub when my computer restarted. Same thing with my with my cam. The Roby was going on. He said he had you guys waiting for 24 minutes. I typically do, not on purpose, but I do. Sometimes you got to make sure that the vitals work out the way they're supposed to. And sometimes I get like a last minute call from my, not say call, but grandmother needs something from me, so I have to go back downstairs and make sure she's all right because I'm up here for a bit. But yeah, let's see, save for later. But yeah, what? G Hub ain't hitting it though. Anyhow, how you guys doing? I've been trying to keep up with the NBA draft and whatnot. I have no idea. Does anyone have any idea like where DeMar DeRozan is going by chance? So let's go to the main screen so I can get in there. What's going on, man? Hold on, let's go ahead and just boot up the game. I won't have my hotkeys because my G Hub ain't doing anything, so that's gonna be an issue. But I guess we'll make do. Let's see. Actually, I wonder if I was to like close it out from my task manager and then try to reopen it again and see if that actually works. That might actually help. Go down, find it. Wow, I can't find it. It is OBS, it's Spotify, Stream Deck. Actually, don't even see it. There it is. There's the agent task. Maybe that'll do it. No, it's still going. It's still hung. Okay. Restart. I also need to transmog this character. You go to a BBQ with friends, have been marinating, slow cooking, Brisket is being cooked now overnight. He said you don't follow sports balls. Can you invite a +1 Electro by any chance? Do you know if they do +1s in your area? I'm just gonna say I don't really like the default Shaco skin. We should actually probably put her in something better though. It is pretty rough. I'm gonna come for some grub. Actually, like my neighbors across the street from me, they're doing. Oh, there it is. You have finally did the thing, kind of. But yeah, my next neighbors are actually like doing a barbecue. So they generally do a lot of like community events or whatever. Like they have the garage all like tricked out with like a really nice TV and like really nice flooring and whatnot. It's like super cool. Like they're right across the street from me. And I get invited often, but I haven't been able to go as much as just because I've been trying to like chill when I'm not streaming for recovery and whatnot. So I feel bad for saying no usually, but I think tomorrow I'm gonna say yes. Yeah, they do a lot of grilling and things like that too. What can we put her in? Is it AJ said this time you're the one that's late to stream? I actually started a little earlier than what I have been in the past, which is actually around the time frame I actually really want to start, which is around 9 o'clock and not like 11. And that is kind of cool on her. I was gonna give her a different hat, but I don't know. That's kind of cool. I look like a kind of look like Beyonce for a second. I don't want to say it like that, but seriously, like a Beyonce, Rihanna like hybrid almost, like the facial features. I mean, that's not what I was going for, but that's just that just happens with it just happens to look that way. What should we give her? I like the little like whatchamacallits. Isn't this this is this season, right? Season of Loot Reborn. Transmog. I'm kind of cool with this. All right. Let's go to the pants. What we got for the pants here? And the boots, I guess what a similar thing. Seasonal construct, lead reborn. Kind of wearing like some more armor though, but I guess this is. I mean, I think this is like enough. Like it's not sleazy by any means, but at the same time, it's like, you know, generally speaking, if she gets hit by an arrow, it will actually hit something with armor on. Peach, what's going on? I never played Rogue, but I wanted to play like for the last class of the season. What spec is a fun spec? Not OP, but fun to play. I know everyone thinks fun is different for everyone, but what's fast and fun to play? I still find that a little hard to answer, just because I mean I would almost point towards Heartseeker in terms of the ease of use, because Rogue is generally a harder class to play in general, especially if you don't have Dark Shroud ranks on your chest. You're just gonna feel very like pretty glassy until then. So like I think you have the easiest time with Heartseeker, I guess, and Heartseeker is also like really strong. But there are several really like fun and good builds on Rogue. I mean, and Darius is also a lot of fun, but pretty finicky to gear for. Rapid fire can be fun, but there's a lot of skill shot aiming involved, which can feel clunky. You got pen shot, which I would steer away from because it's extremely difficult to gear for. Barrage is pretty easy and kind of straightforward. I'll probably go for like more of like a poison barrage if you're gonna do barrage though. Like that's a lot of fun to spam. All right. All data was going on. People always ask where's the oxide. No one ever asks how is the oxide. Any updates on the hernia? So I spoke to a healthcare person, dudette today. Fortunately, I'm not gonna be able to see a surgeon or have an appointment with my surgeon until the 23rd. So I got about another 3 weeks roughly before I can kind of get any more information. But I feel like I haven't really been making any progress at all, and it's been quite annoying. Which kind of explains my stream schedule being a little bit like random, because I mean I'm just literally just not feeling well some days, which is quite annoying. But did I get it mesh? Yeah, I had to, because apparently it was a double hernia. So they had to stretch it far enough or whatever to cover both areas, and so they didn't want to do it without it because of how because of like the location, like where it was. At least that's how it was described to me. So I'm just like, okay. Yeah, the mesh is very annoying. Yeah. Who you telling, man? You was doing 91s and Ubers for Heartseeker with no GA gear and master work 4 to 12 and it was smooth. Oh yeah, absolutely. Said you're doing Uber. Do you if I want to hunt some free Ubers for a bit? I don't think I have any Ubers to chase at the moment. I think honestly, I want to make my rapid fire gear stronger. If I had to like, been kind of meaning to do that. What is the? I have had mesh since 1999. I can still feel it in certain angles. Yeah, I think right now what I'm feeling is more so nerve pain than anything else. Like, I used to be a rogue like you until I took an arrow to the knee. Right. The whole what's going on? He said you're going July 12th. Heard you are from Barricade. That's your D4 expansion playtest. Yes, I will be going. Yep, I'll be doing that. I am excited about it. I will say I'm probably more excited to meet people and be able to, have fun with other creators and things. That's probably what I'm mostly excited about. But yes, I am excited about playing the expansion. But the social aspect of being able to meet fellow nerds and geeks that kind of like, have the same interests that you have is actually kind of cool. Well, not kind of cool, but it like, really cool. I kind of like the slender look of this actually more so than like the, I don't know. I'm a tough time transmogging. Ooh. Yeah. That's kind of cool. Let me know when you might help with that Sorc. Yeah, it'll probably be later on this week. At least that's what I keep telling myself. What is this? You want better gear? Using the Diablo trade site. I don't do a lot of trading. I'm not really a fan of it. I mean, nothing wrong with that. I don't like lobby against trading by any means, but I typically play mostly solo self-found. I like to find it and farm for it. It actually makes the season. It makes this. It extends the season basically, because then I have to play longer to actually get the stuff. So like, you know, I'm generally cool with it. But I've been that way ever since playing Diablo 3, and you know, mostly solo player. I don't know what alpha I want to go. I think this is probably it right here. I think this is like the play. Except for maybe the purple feather. I guess we can get the purple feather there. We definitely gotta change the crossbow though. Appreciate the who's that? Critical. The 2 months prime or 2 months. Yeah, 2 months prime. How crazy was the last episode? Demon. Oh, dude. Oh man, I'm just surprised. I guess I'm not surprised that, you know, that I don't want to like spoil it for those who probably haven't seen it or whatever, but like I wasn't expecting that much planning ahead of time, of knowing, I guess, foresight. I think I'm gonna just leave it at that. Foresight, right? I kind of like the longsword. That. It's not looking good. Hey, maybe this like this actually fits. Like this fits the transmog. It's like Iron Man for so it's way more hunting for your own stuff than buying it. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I have nothing against trading and whatnot. Just like I feel like once you have everything in a loot hunting game, then like what else is there left to chase in that sense? So it just feels really good finding the item and then like hopefully hopefully not breaking it or whatever. Like it feels good. I kind of like this. This works. Although maybe the hat though. I don't know. We'll see. You said all day. You said you say you'll do a check next week. No, so like I don't know. Like I honestly think all dead. I think is nerve pain. I can't really describe it because it's like week 9 right now, and like I still have constant pain, more so in my tailbone than anything else. I mean in the area too, but like it's like all like I feel it in my tailbone all the time, like continuously, whether I'm standing up like straight or if I'm sitting down. Like it's funny because like when I'm sitting on my computer chair, I feel fine, but if I'm sitting on a couch or car seat or whatever, it's like not cool. So I'm thinking I just need to roll my computer chair everywhere I go with me if I just want to feel fine. So if I gotta go somewhere, it's like, can my computer chair come with me? Because if not, no deal. No deal. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with the hat. The hybrid Beyonce Rihanna look. Let's confirm look. Cool. All right, y'all. We have to make it look cool. See you rolling down the street in the gaming chair. Yeah, leaning back like this, man. Lean back. Got to get the Thug Life glasses on there too, like this. You know what I'm saying? I got to put some, 24-inch rims on my gaming chair wheels, you know? You know what I'm saying? Bayana. John, no, man. Just kidding. Need registrations placed on Italy. But not in a serious way, all dead. In a serious manner. I don't know. Since you said you've been through before, like I like I said, I feel what seems to be nerve pain more than anything else. I do get the pain in the area itself sometimes, but I feel like a consistent, like, I want to say burning pain that just seems to I won't even say shooting pain as much, but like I feel it like in the back of my right leg, all the way down to like my calf and sometimes my foot. But definitely like in the tailbone area every single day. Like it just seems to never go away. I don't know if it's just like maybe some scar tissue that is healed around the site that's pushing against the sciatic nerve or something. I don't know. That's kind of my best guess, which I'm hoping that isn't the case because, you know, more surgery and I don't know if I can really afford such a thing at the moment. But it's been rather annoying. Spoiler alert, Zenitsu is about to break the entire fandom. Peach says, as broken as a PTR was, it's pretty hard to go back to live when you try to update a version of the builds you're doing. I think Rapid Fire feels like that because Rapid Fire looks way cooler on PTR and it also has a bigger AoE. I don't really care about the massive crit numbers per se from things being bugged or, you know, obviously overtuned or whatever. But I do care about the quality of life, like the mechanical part of it. Like it just, like Rapid Fire just feels better to play for sure on the PTR. Yeah, I know what you mean. Don't forget the spinners. Physio might have some input too. Well, the thing about it is that I guess every time I talk to them, you know, they ask me the same thing, and like they give me the same. Like when I have, you know, I ask for suggestions, like, okay, well, what do you think I should do? In the meantime or whatnot, and you know, they kind of give me a very scripted answer, which I know they're supposed to, but it's like every time I tell them, I was like, oh yeah, I'm doing all that. Do you have any other like maybe stronger suggestions or something? But yeah, I kind of get the same answer each time, which I get that, you know, they're doing their job. I get it. I'm not mad at them for it. But I guess I don't like knowing what's going on, if that makes sense. I don't like waking up with my recovery feeling the same as it has been for the past couple of weeks. Always kiss both. Appreciate the follow. Went to doctors for years about a chronic nerve pain issue. Nobody knew how to help until I found a good physical therapist. What a user. Yes, I was saying. Yeah. Guess I need to. Without spoilers, the way the snow melted. Seeing the unlimited budget works next next level. Yeah. Yeah. That and what have I been watching? I've been like, I try to like watch both on the same day. My Hero and Demon Slayer like on the same day, because I think, does My Hero come out before, like a day before or something like that? Demon Slayer does, somewhere around that range. But I try to watch both on Sunday night. Okay, where do I have to go? Yeah, I do think it is a chronic. I mean, again, I'm not trying to self-diagnose myself. Obviously, I'm not that delusional by any means, but like, if I had to describe what it feels like, it just feels like weird discomfort-ish type pain that isn't just always in that area. Although, like, when I do feel pain in that area, it's usually soreness, which I guess is to be expected. Like, I expect soreness. That, to me, that makes sense. Because it's like, okay, I just has, you know, obviously a surgery. There's a foreign item in my body that has been stitched to the bottom of my abdomen. I kind of understand that part, right? What I don't understand is the other stuff. Steampunk, what's going on? All right, so yeah, we're gonna do some Helltide because I need. Oh, well, I guess we'll do some Helltide and Whispers. Let's see if the boss is here. My Hero is Saturday and Demon Slayer is next. Yeah, okay, so I was right. Okay, all right, yeah. Is that a new character? It's my rapid fire rogue. I made, or my precision rogue. I put it that way. If that makes sense. So instead of like switching out from a victimized build into precision on the same rogue, I just made a different rogue for that key passive. So probably will end up making a third rogue for the other key passive for close quarters combat. That's the one thing I will say I will kind of miss from the PTR in a sense is close quarters combat. Ooh, that's actually a nice dagger. Close quarters combat is like so good. Not good, sorry. Not necessary, I put it that way. Like I kind of miss the Dark Shroud things. As strong as that might be, the idea of being able to build a rogue without, like build a rogue without precision, victimize, or close quarters combat is actually quite nice, especially for builds that don't rely on precision and victimize. Like that's actually a really cool thing. That's probably the way to go without an army. Yeah. All right, this song is very appropriate, y'all. Summertime. Almost kind of want to use that dagger. Well, I guess I don't have that on my right character right now. I don't know if I asked this, but what stat should be the top priority for Heartseeker and Rapid Fire? Well, Rapid Fire, crit damage, Heartseeker, vulnerable damage, lucky hit, vulnerable damage. Both you also want attack speed too as well, but up to a certain point where you reach a break point that doesn't require you to, you know, scour for gear that you simply just don't have, or GA rolls that you just simply don't have. I don't know if that really answers that really totally answers your question, but generally speaking, you want to stack whatever the key passive damage is. So if it's precision, crit damage is kind of what you want to try to get everywhere. If it's victimized, it's vulnerable. Yeah, that's a really nice deck. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna break it, which is why I'm like, you know, it's exciting, but it's one of those things where it's like the chances of me actually being able to use it is like rare. Like I just know it's rare. Let me do this event real quick. So what I'm really need right now is Angel's Breath, because I need to roll this crit damage on this glove to crit chance. That is the goal of the stream. So for Heartseeker, it should be vulnerable over lucky hit as a top stat to look for. Well, it's kind of say as a top stat because you kind of want a combination of like stats on Heartseeker. Like it's hard to say which one is the most important, but if you're playing a victimized build, vulnerable damage is going to always be sought after. But I also understand that vulnerable damage doesn't necessarily conflict with other stats. Like you can get vulnerable damage and lucky hit and attack speed and crit chance. All 4 of those stats are sought after stats. Specifically on the ring and gloves, but they are sought after stats. Vulnerable is, well, everywhere else you could temper it, as well as your weapons and things, right? In which you can't get lucky hit on anyway, so, or attack speed on weapons either, so you're not conflicting there, right? But on a ring, I think the best way to say it is like on the ring, you generally want like lucky hit chance, crit chance, attack speed usually. There is a point to where you may not want crit chance on like one of those rings or something, just depending on where your threshold is. It can get a little complicated, but I will say generally speaking, crit chance, lucky hit chance, attack speed. It's a barb, isn't it? I was getting ready to attack. I don't know if I can actually hit him or not, but I'm like, you know what? I'm not even gonna bother. I don't see a thing. Why the crit chance on Heartseeker? Because your initial 50% crit damage is multiplicative. So if you crit, then if you crit and your victimized procs on your crit damage number, then your victimized gets the bonus, like gets the damage. Victimized can't crit. If you crit and victimize procs when you crit, then it gets that damage too. So your damage matters. So you want to crit. That makes sense. So you do want crit chance. As he's asking because you want to learn to make builds, so you need to understand why this stuff is at. I got you. It gets really wonky because you have to know why things work the way they do and what they were thinking when they were trying to spaghetti code a lot of this stuff. Right? So it's more so of understanding like how crazy, I want to say bad. I guess bad is probably the right way to put it. But like how confusing some of the damage works in Diablo 4. So just understanding which tooltips are not accurate will give you a better chance in like being able to actually put things together in this game. Also understanding that like attack power is relatively useless, even though it goes up and down based on you slotting certain pieces of gear. So you think, oh yeah, well my attack power is good, so that means that I'm doing good, right? My build is good because I got a lot of attack power, and it's like, well, no, that's honestly not how that works, unfortunately. Even though it makes sense, right? It makes complete sense that it would work that way, but it definitely does not. So it's one of those things where like, especially like Maxroll in general, like we or the Maxroll creators or very staunch theory crafters, when we're testing things or we're looking for things, we're really not trying to necessarily create a build yet, but more so figuring out what works and what doesn't, what works as intended and what doesn't, and then we build around that. Like that's the true way to find out. So like if there's something new, right? There's new stuff. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Here's a new item. Here's a new whatever. Here's a new interaction. A lot of times in our minds, we don't go, hey, that's probably going to work with this or work with that. Like the logical way to think about it, right? No, we go, I wonder if this is going to be bugged or if it's going to work actually like, as intended. And what are the possibilities of this spaghetti code being so messy that it ends up being something that is not. So like you're more trying to figure out what doesn't work and what does work and why, and then you go from there. Because you'll normally be more disappointed more often than not when you look at it at face value thinking everything is just going to work. But big number go up, yes. I don't see any longevity in this game as a design. It's hard to switch builds with Paragon or Tempering everything, so still temporary to do the seasons. Your GG items just disappear to Eternal. I think, so that part of it, Justice, I think is normal. Like, that's kind of what, so like, your action RPG players, that's kind of what you expect. Like, if you're coming from a different genre, that might not be appealing. But for like your typical players who do play into this genre a lot, like, that's normal. I do agree about the whole armory thing. I think as time goes on, we'll get more quality of life and things will feel better. The D3 was perfect for you in comparison. Played for like 2 years without getting bored, no resets, just played bills, mid max over time with low legendary drop rate. Which version of D3? Like, are we talking about the back end of D3, or are we talking about like D3 vanilla? Are we talking about like the beginning of ROS? Launch? Okay. Oh, you like the back end launch? Okay. That's also very difficult and force people to group. Alright, so I think honestly, I feel like that wasn't the case at launch. That was the case like towards the middle to the end of D3 vanilla, where you grouped up for Ubers and stuff, and you try to get a CM Wiz to kind of make it easy for you. But actually at launch, it was harder to party because the enemies not only scale health wise, but they scale damage wise. So you would just get, if you were already getting one shot, you were getting one shot even harder. So it was actually easier to play solo at launch than it was in groups. At launch, that I do remember for sure. And then they redesigned it later to where it was more, beneficial to play in groups, or easier to play in groups afterwards. And then people started grouping up, obviously, because that was obviously the more efficient. But no, at first, no, solo was way easier to get through the game first.
I don't understand.
You see, I guess people grew to be carried. No, but I guess at launch you couldn't carry people because people couldn't even get through the content. Like, very few people were able to get through Act 2 or Act 1, let alone be carried through all of Act 4. Like, you weren't really getting carried because the people who were strong didn't even have the gear to even get to the later acts themselves. It wasn't until later that carry happened, but it definitely didn't happen at launch. That I do remember. Now, I liked it at launch. I actually did like the difficulty at launch. I was actually a fan of the Inferno difficulty. Although I wasn't a fan of how stingy they were with the loot, but I was fine with the difficulty. Any benefit for doing the Iron Force quest again? I have no idea, honestly. I have no idea. But yeah, you couldn't get through the story at the start. Yeah, you just you just couldn't. Well, at least not on Inferno. Like, you playing like normal or hard or like that was fine. But Inferno, yeah, wasn't happening. Have devs say Armory is coming? Yes, they did say that they want that in the game. So we know that it's coming. We just don't know when. That's kind of where we're at with that. So it's coming. We just don't know when. But yeah, other than that, Justice, I'm with you. I'm with you on the whole, like, I did like D3 vanilla actually quite a bit. Inferno and D3, all the memories. Yeah, you were fine with Enraged Timer. I think if we had the gear, like if we, you mean for the Ubers, you mean, or just like I guess there's also rage timers for bosses too. But I guess the thing about it is that like if you had access to the gear necessary to do the said act, then I guess like it wouldn't have mattered as much. At least in bosses, yeah. Dude, the invulnerable minions, the invulnerable burrowed minions. Oh, those were the times in Act 2. Impossible to kill. You would never see the champion ever, but you'll just see these little burrow things like running like 3,000 miles per hour, and they're invulnerable, and then they will, dig into the ground, and then just like leapers can go to hell. Nah, but I mean, I think the thing is that like, again, if we had the gear, if we had access to be able to farm for the gear to be able to do said content, I think the difficulty was fine. I'll say fine, but it's difficult to like know how everything would have worked out because we never got a chance to like see if the gear that should have matched the content actually work out the way it did. We just didn't have access to the gear. Like it was basically you had to pay, or get gold and try your luck with the auction house or whatever. Just be able to get the said gear to be able to do the content in which the gear is supposed to drop in, but doesn't. So like the gear you need to do Act 2 drops in Act 2. Or the gear you need to do Act 3 dropped in Act 3, which is weird because it's like, well, how do I do Act 3 if I can't get the gear necessary to do Act 3? So you're always like an act behind, which was really weird. So we were, obviously we'll do things like, jar farming and chest farming to find. I mean, we did all kind of crazy things to bypass that issue. But I do think making it hard and not making it easy to get through initially in Inferno was actually pretty cool. It turned a lot of players off, but I kind of liked it for the most part. Then again, I did play Demon Hunter, so I probably had an easier time too. In general, it was still difficult. It was still stupidly rare to get gear you needed, but as a Demon Hunter, I had a better chance because you can change small screen or close to change small screen even with like decent gear or okay gear.
Come back if you need work.
But to your point, Oscar, let's go to let me see if my my rep actually changed from doing some of the quest again. No, yeah, nah, not really. Nope. All right. I kind of want to do the Helltide, but I'm kind of a little late on that. So I guess we'll do we'll do some pit and then we'll come back and do some Helltide. Be cool if they added a bestiary. I'd be cool. Yeah, I mean, I think all the things that we want for quality of life is coming. It's in the works. I don't think we'll see it until season 6, until the expansion, but they're coming. It's this would be nice to have had it in the base game, the regular game, so that it doesn't feel like they, delayed extra, content or delayed extra quality of life just to get you to buy the expansion, which obviously that isn't necessarily what they're doing, but you do kind of give off the indication, or people will definitely feed into that narrative. Like, you want the armory, well, buy the expansion, kind of thing, right? I really do think that there's a timeline for what they want to do, or what they can do. Wow, oh, I was stuck inside. I couldn't move. I was legit trapped inside. I couldn't dash out either. They seem dedicated to improving things. They do. It would just be nice if they communicated better between the teams, so we don't have what we had in well, you know, season 5 PTR being what it is. Communicated better, and also, like, you know, a reasonable timeline, making sure that, you know, you want to put out the product you want to put out to the masses. You know, whoever thought that the PTR was ready to be tested, obviously was not aware of all the problems and issues. You don't know what else to do this season? Any suggestions? I don't know. I mean, it's like, what, 2 months now? About 2 months, almost 2 months of the season. So, like, if you're just now running out of things to do, I will consider that a pretty successful season. Usually that question comes up, like, you know, 3rd week of a season usually, right? It's like, it's been 3 weeks. I've already done everything. What now, right? But if you're on like week 8 and you're asking that question, that's actually a pretty successful season. For an action RPG, I put it that way.
I need more time.
You got a ring for Rapid Fire 3GA, and I can't post it. You try to sell it. Well, how come you can't post it? Jeez. Why is it still alive? There you go. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I get it. Okay. I don't know why I read that as like 4GA. You're right. Well, that's you're still using the 502 hero. Yeah, it's such a good feeling, like mouse. I don't really have a reason to change, and it's relatively cheap to replace. So it's like, no, why fix what ain't broken? Bro, I am playing bad. That's like my 3rd death this rift. This run. Pretentious, what's happening, man? Where you at now?
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Also, Fiend DK, I got you in a sec.
I'm not ready yet.
So
I need more time.
I think it's actually explained in the notes, Fiend DK. Like if you're looking at his planner, like Mippy's planner or whatnot, I think he explains it in his notes. Like inside the planner itself, not the frame calculator, but the planner itself. This guy back to NYC from being in Chicago. Okay, when do you go out to Cali? Or I guess yeah. What are you doing for the rest of the summer? But that was a bad run. That was bad. Did I change anything? Did I do anything between last time I played and now? I don't think so. Oh, I guess I do have Dex gems in my gear right now. Probably should do rubies. Apartment era begins on July 18th. Okay. Days, what's happening? Although you're saying hi to parents. Also, I see a lot of people playing the first Descendant. How was that, by the way? Has anybody played? Wow. Seriously? Why they're still alive? This is why I need crit chance. If I'm gonna do Heartseeker or Force Rail here.
I'm not ready yet.
First Descendant is down. Wait, seriously? So what are all the streamers doing? I swear I saw like almost my entire like streamer friends list, you know, playing the game. Oh, okay. I evaded right into that. Real nice view situated in the 9th floor. Jeez. Sounds nice, man. You said you downloaded it while I was down last night. Woke up today, still down. So like, someone tell me like, what is it like? Like if you had to describe what the game feels or plays like how would you describe it? Like I haven't seen my brother like bother me to play it with him, so like, and usually he would. Ah, are you serious?
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
The downside is I need to find someone who can buy alcohol. I wouldn't say that on Twitch. Just gonna throw that out there. Don't say that in public. But have fun out there.
I need more time. I need more time.
Cast playing aspect of elements here is an increased damage to poison enemies or increased damage to my attacks that are poison. So it depends on the cycle. So if the poison cycle is up, then whatever that you have that is poison imbued, that is Andarios, that is anything poison related is going to get buffed from that. If it's on the other cycle that isn't your poison, shadow, or cold, which is pretty much for rogue just only physical because you don't have fire or lightning, then all your physical attacks get buffed. So you have 7 seconds of a buff for each cycle, basically. It usually ends up being oh man, this could have been decent. Still might hold. Well, no, I was gonna say hold on to it, but no. But yeah, it's still decent, even though it ends up being like worth half the value in more cases than not. But it's something. Sometimes it's, you take it just because there isn't really any other better options out there for damage. However, next season there is, so I hardly think that we'll be seeing aspect of elements being used on rogue at all next season. If I feel like I'm standing still a lot, should you swap to intercom? Yes. Elements is a D4 version of D3 conventional element, except the D3 version is like considerably better or considerably more powerful. I put it that way. The one on D4 is kind of meh. Like it's not worth playing around the cycle like it was in D3. But yes, the concept is, I guess, the same. What's over there? Thank you for your help. Yep. You're welcome, man. I think I'm getting hit. I'm getting blocked by terrain. I feel like I'm walking straight, but I'm like running right into You put high for the first ascendant too. Looks great. I might actually give it a shot. I'm not really into shooters, but I mean, it looks fun. I know it's like a looter shooter, right? They balanced it for D4. It was OP for D3. It took a while before we had other options outside of COE that was worth taking. But yeah, COE was very annoying to feel like you had to play around. Promo Pally, what's going on? How I feeling about season 5? I don't know. Because the PTR was a huge mess. I mean, obviously the potential is there. Like, if everything worked like it's supposed to, and you know, the stuff performed like they said it would, and bugs were fixed, and things worked, season 5 would be great. But there's no way to tell that from the PTR, though. I have a feeling that the stuff that we saw from the PTR to live is going to be quite a bit different. Items wise, also uniques that didn't get buff or make it, or the buffs to uniques, like previous uniques didn't make it in the PTR. So who knows how strong they're going to be and how they're going to alter builds and stuff. We're kind of in the dark. I feel like we know, like, we just have an idea of what to expect, kind of sort of thing. Like, we got a glimpse of what's going on, almost like a trailer, but we just don't really know like what's actually going to happen. I think it's going to be a much bigger difference between season 5 PTR and season 5 release than season 4 PTR and season 4 release was. So we're all going to be guessing sort of for builds going into season 5. I hope next season there will be. You said I'm still believing that they'll do another whole overall. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's going to be way different than what we saw in the PTR. PTR was definitely half baked, man. That shouldn't have been. It shouldn't have been released in that state. I couldn't even play. I kept dying in town. I just hope that's not a new feature. It's not even like it's just I don't know. I'm like, I was really hopeful for the PTR in terms of being able to test a bunch of stuff, but man, like, I was so disappointed with the PTR, man. Like, I couldn't even play. I think I played it for like half the time that it was up. So of the 7 days that it was up, I think I might have played it for like 4 days, maybe 3.5. Like, I was that disinterested in the PTR. I'm gonna do one more and then go back to, or go to Helltides. You think Microsoft acquisition of Blizzard Activision has a noticeable impact on D4's development path? Hard to say. I mean, you would assume yes, because more resources, more different overhead per se, in terms of being able to make different decisions, I guess, that they would be okay with. I mean, it's still, Microsoft is still a corporation at the end of the day. So, I mean, decisions that are going to be made are going to, be always about profits at the end of the day. But maybe there's less red tape. Who knows? But yeah, I'm sure. Oh, I had no more potions. Rough. But yeah, I'm sure that there has been an impact. I think it's impossible to know to what extent, though, without them like literally actually saying it or being able to come out and say, oh, now we can do this now, sort of thing. Brian, what's going on? I want to say I appreciate you streaming. It's always cool to ask some even Diablo and chill Maxroll actually. Thanks, man. It's been a little tough for me in the recent because my recovery has been kind of painful. So like some days I may not stream just because I'm just not feeling good. It's been that way last week and a little bit of this week too as well. But I try. Yeah, nighttime is usually my normal hours. Thanks for hearing me on that question. I know it's impossible. Just curious what you thought. Yeah, I mean, as a Diablo partner, I can kind of tell that the teams appear to be happier. I think that's about all I can say. They tend to be in a happier place now. When speaking, you know, as a Diablo partner to them directly sometimes. So they appear to be in a better place than before. And well, I'm like dying a lot. I can't wait till I can use Force for Arrow. I really need that crit chance like so bad. If anything, I do kind of miss that in the PTR because I could go Force for Arrow on the PTR because I had so much crit chance. Jeez, yo, look at all those dots. I was not going to survive that no matter what. There's like 4 firewalls there. Did they fix to execute everything before patch was over? No. I mean, it wouldn't have made any sense for them to do that unless they do like a complete overall patch to fix other stuff other than just that, if that makes sense. Because there were a lot of things that are broken, not just that. I mean, that was unbelievably broken, yes, but no, they weren't going to make a patch just to fix that, no. Like the logic, I'm going to say logically, resource-wise, it would make sense to fix it for something that's going to only be played for a week, if that makes sense. For a build that's going to be played for a week. But there are people out there that think that's going to actually go through, like Blizzard's, you know, like that's going to actually go through, and obviously it's not gonna. That ain't going through. Why does it feel like I'm getting one shot clapped out of nowhere in 100 plus pit levels? I would check your resistances. Check your resistances, and if you're playing Rogue, make sure that you check that your Dark Shroud is up. Like you actually have some stacks of Dark Shroud. Because if not, you're gonna get clapped. Do I like Rapid Fire better than Heartseeker? Not really. However, on the PTR, that might be different. Not PTR, but like the next season's Rapid Fire, I think maybe I would. It does feel pretty good on at least that part did feel pretty good. But I do like Rapid Fire. I don't really like the lob itself, but I do like Rapid Fire in general. Yeah, Force for Arrow feels so much better than Heartseeker from like a distance. Do I prefer? I haven't seen you use a solo Heartseeker build in a while. I did Heartseeker the last time I streamed. I did Heartseeker most of that stream actually 2 days ago. I've only recently started playing Rapid Fire, I think, more often. But I think as the season goes on, though, like as much as I played Heartseeker, which I played Heartseeker way more than anything else, right? I'm gonna probably want to dive into playing other builds and making them as strong as my Heartseeker build, or min-maxing those. Because keep in mind, it's hard to min-max multiple builds. So like Heartseeker's, I won't say it's min-max. I don't have like multiple GA gear, but I think it's probably as min-max as I'm gonna get for someone who doesn't trade often or much at all. I kind of want to get my Rapid Fire up to that point now too. And then maybe Barrage next. And then some Sorcerer, I promise that I will play. Emeralds over Rubies, preference. I'm a Glass Cannon player, so if I die, usually it's a mistake of my own, and I'd rather just fix it by playing better. Now if I'm like getting one tap all the time, then I'll make adjustments. But if I'm getting like 3 tapped or something, that's enough for me to be like, okay, I just don't need to play like crap. And I can fix that problem. But it is a glassy approach. Towards the very end. It said, "How about Barrage?" I like Barrage too as well. I'll be doing that probably next. Was I on the Immortalizer stream earlier? You mean today? I don't think I was on anybody's stream today. Is there a way to on Maxroll to sort builds based around like an item? We've talked about that feature. You weren't the first person to ask about that. So we talked about that as a feature. We don't know. We don't know if that will ever really be a thing. But we did talk about that feature. Or we were in the talks about it. I'll put it that way, because we know it's been requested. How do I feel about the new puncture buff build? I see it's S tier now. Well, the new like the cool thing I like about the new buff or the Endariel's buff is more so it procs on the enemies versus it procking on yourself. I think honestly that's probably the biggest thing, in my opinion. I mean the damage buff is just bigger numbers, right? You know, bigger numbers. Sure, right? But I think mechanically it definitely feels better with the fact that it procs on the whatchamacallits now. On the enemies instead of yourself. But yeah, Endarios definitely deserves to be S tier for sure. Still prefer Heartseeker over Puncture though. I'm not really someone who. So, two things about Puncture and Darius Puncture. For one, I don't like Puncture as a skill in general. I just never did. It feels super weird to stutter step with, as if you don't really gain any grounds when you do. There's such a long startup animation that you're kind of stuck in. So it kind of forces you to play and like stand still with Puncture to really, you know, not feel so dragged. I don't know how to really explain it, but like stutter stepping with Puncture versus stutter stepping with, you know, let's say Heartseeker or Barrage or something like that. It just feels so different. So I just don't like Puncture as a skill, period. And two, I'm not the really biggest fan of poison related builds. Nothing against them at all whatsoever. I like hitting hard versus like watching the health bar gradually go down. I like popping them with like a big hit or something along that line. Because I kind of like combo points in general, because you somewhat get that big hit, I guess, or as big of a hit as you possibly, you know, or you know, relative to other things we can do on Rogue, I guess. But yeah, I think those are the two reasons why I don't dislike the build. Obviously, it's strong. I'm glad it's there. It's nice to have good diversity in the S tier. So I'm glad it does exist the way, you know, for what it is. But I'm not like a fan of it. I'm gonna say not a fan of it. I'm not. You won't really see me like build into it in a serious manner. I'll put it that way. I'll play it, but it might be for a couple of days or something. Biggest bias of my gameplay? True. I'm not gonna deny at all whatsoever. But yeah. But most people will call it melee rogue. I think it's been dubbed as like the melee rogue build or whatever. And I mean, to be honest, like to be like quite frank, Puncture is a marksman skill. You play it up close to get all 3 daggers to hit, but that's about as melee as it really becomes. It's not a cutthroat skill. So when I think melee skill, I think cutthroat, a cutthroat skill, which Puncture is not, right? So like if I'm gonna play like a cutthroat skill, one of my favorite builds to play is Shank Rogue, which is something I came up with, where it's kind of like a spin-off of a Heartseeker, except you're using Blaze Shift instead, where you're literally stabbing things with a cutthroat skill. Now that's a lot of fun. It's really not that strong right now. Like it's, you know, decent for farming or whatever, but you're not doing any hot tier piss with it. But it's getting buffed next patch. Blaze Shift in general. And with the totem and stuff, it's gonna actually, you know, have a chance at being like decently good, like good enough for me to maybe make a spin-off version of it, of Heartseeker on the website. Kill 'em all, what's going on, man? Also appreciate the sub on a 30-month streak. Obviously a baller. You got 200 bang arcs you need to burn through if I need boss summons. I mean, I guess. I think right now I'm looking for like Angel's Breaths at the moment. So I kind of want to do events. Events are better than like the boss things here. Where's your 3-year badge? It isn't. That and some animated emotes are actually in the works. Believe it or not. I noticed you're using concussion. Oh, you mean smoke grenade? instead of Shadow Step, right? Is that what you're saying, Rody? Sorry, I guess I got a message. Are Barb and Rogue particularly the strongest class? I would change that from Rogue to Sorc at the moment. So Barb and Sorc are the two strongest classes right now. And I hate to say strongest classes because the only thing that's making Sorc that strong is one build. All the other builds are actually quite weak relative to other classes' builds. Rogue just has a lot of good builds in general. So in terms of build diversity, Rogue is probably the best class currently, or one of the best classes for build diversity. Druid actually has pretty decent build diversity too. It's just all their builds are mediocre, whereas a chunk of Rogue builds are strong, just not better than Sorc's best build and Barbarian's best build, of course. Which build for Sorc? Firebolt. To let you know when I want to help him on Sorc. It'll be later on this week. Still working on my rapid fire road. Just sorry, yes. Okay. So people tend to not like to play without a CC escape, like a an unstoppable or whatever. So typically speaking, considering that most people play this build up close, Shadow Step makes sense to have along with Dash. I tend to play this build ranged or far back, so I feel less of a need to have Shadow Step, so I'd rather just take more damage in the form of Smoke Grenade. So technically speaking, Smoke Grenade is more damage, but obviously it's more dangerous because you don't have a CC escape. But that's just preference. So when I'm writing for Maxroll and I'm playing for myself, the setups are going to be a little different. Because then I'm writing for the masses, and I got to think about what makes sense for the majority versus what makes sense for myself as a player. If that makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, if you are gonna try to play it more range, then yeah, you're not gonna use Shadow Step that often. Honestly, I prefer Forceful Arrow. I guess I don't have enough crit chance to get the true 3-to-1 ratio that I want to get with it. It's easier to get the 3-to-1 ratio with Heartseeker because you have that ricochet. So you have an additional hit every time you fire, whereas with Force Rail you don't. So having just a little more crit chance to where I'm almost guaranteed a 3-to-1 ratio would make this feel better. Oof. Because if I do a 4-to-1 ratio to guarantee precision, then that's basically another basic attack, and that's like a 25% damage loss right there, just by shooting another generator each time I, shoot my combo points or whatever. I'm like, that's not cool. But Force Arrow does feel really good in terms of being able to like bunch things up and kind of get a nice shot off. Rogue must be the best firefighter in hell. Look at all those hoes action. What up, Pursuit? What's happening with you, man? What we got? 535. Okay. There we go. Here's the event. This one's good. But yeah, I meant to make a season 4 rapid fire video. I made a rapid fire video for every season except for this one, because I wasn't too fond of the Scoundrel's Kiss ring, honestly. Feels better now. I'm still not the biggest fan of it. But I don't think I'm gonna make any more like rapid fire video guys until next season. I think when people look at rapid fire or video guys from me from rapid fire, they're looking for a ranged, you know, rapid fire build, because that's what I've done every season per se. So I want to be able to try to keep that archetype going, and I think I can do that better next season than I can this season. Had to leave the area. Similar Necromission was the most boring gaming experience ever. You know, different strokes for different folks, right? I'm in a similar boat with that. I can't ever see myself playing minions ever. So I would never make a minion necromancer. But a lot of people love it, and understandably so. Or understandably. This is probably one of the best events to do in this Helltide in general. If people don't like pick up all the whatchamacallits, like let things spawn. Sorry, I don't have a link to it, to this. I should, but I don't have a link to it. It's basically the Maxroll rapid fire build, in-game build. What's my stats look like now? 89 Angel Bird. Okay, that's actually not bad for how long I've been in here. Not at all. This actually isn't that bad of a Helltide up at the top. J-Mac like this week. We'll do it. We'll do it, J-Mac, we'll do it. It's gonna happen. Good to see you, Miss, yesterday. Yeah, dude, I wasn't feeling well yesterday, man. I'm still not feeling well today, but like I don't like missing back-to-back streams. I really don't. Frozen Orb was fun, and I have a Starless Skies now, so I'm more motivated to actually make continue the Frozen Orb journey.
It is done.
This event is back, right? No? Not yet. This is though.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Oof.
I'm not ready.
That event is so good for Angel Breath. Probably like the best for Angel Breath, right? I assume outside of like events, like yeah. Juicy. It's possible to stay in the circle and definitely. I mean, eventually it'll you know stop and give you and just give you the max rewards for staying in there. But yeah, it does get kind of hard if you're not built for like you know life like you know like if you have undying it makes it it makes it you know pretty easy.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Let's see. So we can actually we got quite a few whatchamacallit. Let's go ahead and just go for the chest. Or yeah. This works too. ASAP.
I'm not ready yet.
Terry, what's going on? How's it going?
I'm not ready yet.
It's a name I haven't seen in like a little bit. Are you still playing Immortal? Or is that someone else? I'm thinking about. Okay. I think it's Terry Dirt then. But yeah. This is also a name I haven't seen in a bit, but how you been?
I'm not ready yet.
D4, D3 again, and then a bit of Torchlight. Did the Torchlight season just come out? Like the new season just came out? Like was it like last week? I think or. Okay, so tomorrow. Okay. Got quite a bit coming out, right? So you got Torchlight tomorrow. You got was it Last Epoch and like next week? Next week? This week? End of this week? A good month for action RPGs, yeah. And the following week, D3's new season starts. And then I'll also be in California playtesting the new expansion. So I do feel a little sad. I mean, I feel happy about it, but I also feel sad that I'll be missing the opening night of D3 season. Especially since it's just like ethereal season, which is very good season theme. Like a ton of fun. And I won't be able to like play it at the start. So no going for rank 1 world clears or anything. Yeah, ethereal season was pretty much considered one of the best seasons, for sure, for D3. It had the longest retention rate, I'll put it that way, for any season in D3. This Goss is good in ethereal season. It was considered the best at the time. In ethereal season, the Bariza was like the best ethereal on Demon Hunter, so the Bariza was a godlike weapon for God 6. So yeah. But keep in mind we have the altar now, and you know lots have kind of changed or whatever. So it could be quite possible that Nataya's for like pushing is concerned. I think that Nataya's will still be on top. I wonder if like the Nataya's can use a Bariza. I'm pretty sure it can, which would be kind of nuts. But Nataya's for farming is poop, so God 6 would be the king of speed farming for ethereals on Demon Hunter, that is. There's a lot of things going on. The theory process somewhat bust because of the new Lego powers added to replace them after they first came out. I wouldn't say that. I don't think there were that many new legendary powers that were added per se for a lot of things. Like if you think about it, it'll probably depend on the class more so. I think for Demon Hunters, nothing was added for God 6 during that time frame that will make you not take the Bariza. I mean, like the stats and whatnot, Bariza will still be best in slot. Like no question. The Wind Force will also be best in slot for multi-shot and also cluster arrow related builds. So like, I think it'll just depend. I guess it might just depend on the class. I think for like Demon Hunters generally don't really or haven't gotten any like massive multipliers in the weapon slot for some time now. Like not even close. So there's definitely room in the Demon Hunter arsenal to add ethereals to every build. But that might not be the case for like maybe Monk might not use theirs as much of theirs because they did get some multipliers on Shenlong set that wasn't there before. So yeah, it'll probably be class dependent. For Heartseeker, I've been told that 2 freeze 2 summon is the best route. Um, I mean, pretty much generally, yeah, that's true. That is a pretty true statement. You're not clearing as fast as before. Might. How many runs did you do? For one, because like pits can vary differently, and the boss can vary differently. So like if you did one run with the new thing versus one run with what you had, then that isn't going to tell you much. And also, what Bro Gotta says: are you running Retribution? Yeah, technically speaking, the 2 freeze, 2 stuns would be. I mean, even just for the boss fight, like the boss fight would be better for you because you would stun them faster. That's not well. I'm sorry, you'll stagger them faster because you have different types of crowd control. So at the very least, your boss fight should be faster for sure. Yeah, you shouldn't have a slower experience unless the tempers and gears you switched with either has missing aspects. Because of course, if you switch tempers, right? If you switch to 2 freeze, 2 stuns, you probably have different gear, right? For it, right? You didn't like re-roll the same temper on gear, right? Or did you? Or did you have tempers to re-roll on the same pieces of gear? Could be quite possible you might be missing a multiplier somewhere when you swapped out gear. Very possible. I mean, people do it all the time. I do it all the time whenever I switch builds or switch chances or switch pieces out. Woodland, what's going on? YouTube, what's happening? Am I ready for season 5? Hard to say. I don't think anyone could be prepared after the mess that we saw, aka PTR. But it's we're gonna be in for a lot of surprises when it actually launches because it's not gonna feel anything like PTR for sure. So it's hard to know what to expect. So kind of really can't be ready for it if that makes sense. Although I will say conceptually, like what's there looks good. Like on the surface, like the concept is good. It's just a matter of things working as intended or working at all. Stuck in Japan, what's going on? You rerolled the gear she was wearing. You had 5 and 3 rolls left to 2 pieces switch. Okay, so you didn't change any multipliers out. Okay. And yeah, I don't know. That just sounds really weird for it to be worse for you, especially considering that you're wearing Retribution. So it definitely should be a buff because then you're not able to double dip, something you couldn't do before on Retribution. So it should be a buff. You should notice the difference in the opposite way. Are you running Asthenic? Are you running Shared Misery at all by chance? How about that contract hidden sign? I actually didn't see it. I've been trying to keep up, but I don't know what was it. You're not running Shared Misery? Okay. So in your armor pieces, like your chest is probably Umbrous, right? So what are you running on your legs and boots? I know you have Frostbitten, right? So you have Frostbitten, Umbrous. What's the third? What's on your pants? Ayo. 315 mil over 5 years. Seriously? Jeez. Is that like? That's not the highest contract for over a 5-year period, is it? I think I think the highest contracts have been what? The upper 200 mils, right? Like 260 something mil, 280 something mil. 315 mil sounds wild. For Jason Tatum? Like, do you feel like you really have to spend that kind of money on Jay? I mean, Jason Tatum isn't bad by any means, but like, I mean, let's just say hypothetically Jason Tatum decided to walk and be like, you know, screw Boston. Like, Boston would be fine. There's just so much talent on that team. Probably should grab my other chest now, right? Let's go down. Oh yeah, I don't have any strongholds here, so I gotta run down. Peace. Oh, no, I don't have any. Just new into D4. How do you like Force for over Puncture? I've always preferred Force for Ill on in rapid fire builds, but I also play in rapid fire at ranged or distance. But that's generally not the way it's played in the meta. Simply just because puncture attacks faster, so you get more shots off per second. It's not way different, but it's different enough for it. It's enough of a difference where people would rather play puncture, which I get. But I like Force or Arrow just to be able to knock them back and kind of keep their range archetype alive. But I also need more crit chance though, so I'm farming Angel Breath so I can actually like get some crit chance on my gloves.
Time to do that.
I also like the fact that I can clump them up, considering that rapid fire is a skill shot. Now, being able to knock things back into a clump makes for a better shot setup or whatever, in my opinion.
I'm not ready yet.
But it also requires more crit chance, so make sure you can do a 3-to-1 ratio. Unlike Heartseeker or Puncture, where you have multiple opportunities to crit while building combo points, whereas Force for Arrow you don't really. So you have to you need like one more additional crit chance roll, or a comparable 3-to-1 ratio. It worked really well on PTR, like on the PTR, when we had way more crit chance than we probably should have had due to trick attack scaling like ridiculous.
I'm not ready yet.
So I was able to kind of, you know, play it and feel how it's going to turn out, or how more crit chance will turn out for, you know, running Force or Arrow instead. I kind of like it a lot. Panzu, what's going on? Appreciate the sub. Sorry I didn't get a chance to look at the planner until later. Frostbitten chest, intercom gloves, umbrous pants, concussive strike boots. Okay, so you took every offensive thing in the book. So you got that means you're running elements, retribution, edge masters, adaptability, the work. So you have like all DPS utility ish on every slot, basically. I see. Do you stand still often? Like when you're playing and farming, do you find yourself standing still often or no? Oh, I got hit. I couldn't grab the chest because I got hit. Well. So the reason why I say this is that so there are things that you can take or get that does not seem like an obvious DPS increase initially. Okay. Honestly, you will probably get more. I say probably. You definitely will get more value out of shared misery over intercom if you're not standing still throughout the pit. Simply because while shared misery isn't a direct damage buff, being able to spread that CC, the freeze, and all the stuns or whatever to a different mob already has them prepared for your buffs for everything else without you having to hit the surrounding mobs. So shared misery is actually a pretty nice damage buff throughout the pit run. Even though it's not a direct damage buff, but getting your CCs out spread around quite easily without you having to hit other things is actually a nice increase in damage overall. So I would try that. If you haven't tried that yet, I would try that. I get the mindset that I get what you're trying to do. Generally speaking, I would normally do the same thing where it's just like, you know, take all the DPS stuff as possible and then, you know, figure out survivability later or figure out the stuff like that. But there are some utility stuff that doesn't necessarily show up as direct damage that ends up being more valuable than actual damage itself. But intercom is great if you're standing still a lot. If you're not, a 10% is kind of meh. And I don't think it's really worth taking over shared misery if you're not standing still. So keyword, if you're not standing still a lot, I would try shared misery, to be honest with you. Do that for like 3 or 4 runs. Tell me how that feels for you. Now, if you are standing still a lot, then I would maybe flirt with the idea of taking off elements instead for shared misery and see how you feel about that. Will Heartseeker Rogue be an S tier or A tier next season? Well, if everything works if everything works correctly, Heartseekers would probably be Rogue's strongest build again. So, but that is if everything works the way that it should. All right, let me get up and walk. It's that time. I'll be right back. All right. We back. Not to Press, what's going on, man? Also, aesthetic. I personally find it more fun just stutter stepping through stuff. I'm not saying that elite hunting isn't effective, because obviously it is. It's very effective, right? But man, I just find stutter stepping around through runs just so much fun, personally. So from a quality of life thing, for someone who just likes doing that thing, if I ever have the option to do that, I'm gonna always take that option. You know what? Oh, hold on to that one. Okay, how much Angel Breath do I have? Actually, let's go down here real quick. Oh, this is actually my favorite Helitide. So Dad, would I recommend using X-File Ring for any? No. X-File is really not a good unique at the moment. It's in a pretty bad place. Like, it makes sense. It makes sense why you would think about want to take it, but it's just not in a good place right now. Thanks for the help. Yeah, man, you're welcome. All right, so we got all of that. We'll go back to Saragar. Actually, let's go to here since this is a side quest. Maybe I'll get some stuff from there.
This must have belonged.
That's what I get. Okay, yeah. Wasn't even worth the, what was it, 30-second detour? Actually, are Legion events pretty decent for Angel Breaths? So, man, what's going on? Am I feeling better? No, not really. Honestly, if you want to be 100% honest, I'm not really. Am I trying to roll crit chance on gloves or ring? Gloves. I'm gonna get a higher value on gloves anyway, and there's less things that I'd care for on a glove versus a ring.
There is magic in all.
So, like in this case scenario, I would get rid of the crit damage for the crit chance. Actually, seems kind of crazy to do, but with the tempers, you have so much crit damage that is actually okay. For the 3-to-1 ratio, that makes sense. Woody Joe and I are both like on the same page when it comes to that for precision based builds. We do value crit chance on gloves. There we go. Got crit chance there. It's a little, I guess that works. If the precision potion was better, I'd run that, but that's not multiplicative. The crit damage is not multiplicative. Okay, 37.6. All right, so I should in theory, be able to do a 3-to-1 ratio pretty convincingly. Should. How did PTR go? It was terrible. PTR was just an absolute mess. You're not gonna know what's gonna work and what's not gonna work by playing PTR at all. There's just no way to know anything right now. Because I do have extra Angel Breath left over. Let's see if I can get percent dex on this amulet. It's not a too rare of a roll, is it? I don't think so. Be wrong. I got exploit. Are you serious? I got 2 exploit, which is pretty bad for rapid fire, honestly. It's actually not that good for rapid fire. It really isn't. Like this would be an amulet I would use for Heartseeker, kind of thing. I don't know, man. Yeah, exploit's it's not good for rapid fire. Like rapid fire and barrage, exploit is not good. So I wouldn't say congrats because it really isn't the stat you really want. It's like I would take malice over exploit. Malice over exploit. Actually, I would take dex percent over exploit. Actually, for rapid fire, that is. Is 1680 dex low? No. I mean, in more cases than not, like you don't really, seek out dex like that. You try to squeeze dex when you can, but like they're usually better multipliers. So I mean, 1680 is actually good. That's good. Is it really exploit has such a high ceiling? Okay, so here's the reason why exploit is not good on rapid fire and barrage builds. It doesn't snapshot through your whole shot. So exploit only works, obviously if you're getting a multiplier versus healthy enemies. So the moment that your first or second arrow drops them past that threshold, the rest of your rapid fire arrows do not get exploit until they're injured again, and they're injured, and then when they're injured, they get, whatever. But like the majority of your arrows are not gonna have the exploit bonus because it doesn't snapshot through. It's not per cast. Like if you shoot your rapid fire, you're not getting exploit that entire cast because you hit a full health mob. It's dynamic at the moment, so like it changes as each arrow hits. So only the first couple of arrows will get the exploit bonus, but the rest of it doesn't. Right, so that's why, like, generally speaking, for like rapid fire builds and like any multi-hit builds isn't really that great for. I was kind of thinking exploit would spike the poison damage. It wouldn't be bad for that. I think you would have a better case there, because of the poison, but not for the barrage arrows themselves. But I mean, if you can keep building upon, so a mouse will be better than. Technically speaking, I honestly think dex percent. If you had to make a choice, I think dex percent, like a GA dex percent, is probably one of the best things you can get on an amulet for multi-hit skills, because it's literally that percent of damage. Yeah, so like a GE dex percent is actually like one of the best stats you can get past Frigid Finesse and Weapon Mastery. That's why I was trying to get dex percent, but I somehow rolled +2 exploit on this freaking amulet. I was like, oh god. All right, well, was the quickest +2x play. I know, right? Why couldn't I get it on like my my Heartseeker amulet? Or my triple passive one that I'm trying to make. Okay, I'm pushing 127 pitch, but I think I need more decks to go higher. No, you do not. At some point, suspect is going to be more about, well, yeah. So if you're trying to push higher and higher, then your overall gear is going to matter a bit more. So like, how many GAs do you have on your items per se? Like, do you have double GA in most places? Are you at the right frame rate point, or the let's say proper one, but the more efficient one, I guess you could say, depending on whether you're using a crossbow or bow. If it's, you know, bow, you're at you have 13 frames. If you're crossbow, you're at you should get to 15 frames. How good is your amulet? Do you have GA on your passives on your amulet? Like, all those things matter more than Dex does, considerably more. And did you get the right boss? You know, fishing and fighting the right boss matters a lot too. So at some point you're going to fail hundreds of times to get one single clear at some point based on your gear level. So the devs need to make a new mythic unique, maybe a helm that gives you up to 15% not to consume the temper when tempering, and call it copium. Imagine like designing a unique specifically for crafting, right? Like, if you wear that unique, you have better chances of maybe getting, you know, or, you know, I say better chances, but like, you know, maybe more tempering options, or more tempering in general. Temper more times. Maybe make it masterwear cheaper by just wearing that particular mythic. Like, it's not necessarily for battle, it's for crafting. Appreciate it, guys. So also percent damage we're taking over Dex GA on weapon. No, percent damage is bad for Heartseeker, and most builds, unless you're running a dot build. So percent damage is bad. Period. That was a long fight. Yeah, percent damage is bad. Awful. Are you serious? I didn't get my precision stack right there. Oh. He caught me. It's the second time that happened, actually. So twice I didn't get the precision stacks. just happen not to crit on the first or the second area. Does crit chance have a cap? I mean, 100. It's like the logical cap, I guess you could say. It's not to come back at greater max health. So you think you have to get more dodge? I mean, honestly, that's going to depend from person to person, and also I guess what your end goal is. I mean, more dodge is technically better. If you're not dying, then it's you know, adding more if you're not dying, or trying to specifically get more if you're not dying isn't going to help your case because you're already not dying. Does that make sense? If you find yourself in, like, you know, situations where maybe, you know, a dodge would have saved you or something like that, then you might want to reconsider. But CC. I hate snakes. Second question on rapid fire: the kiss ring was the most important thing on it is the effective ring. I'll say the most important thing on it is the rapid fire ranks, honestly. Second most important thing would be the legendary. Or the unique role per se. Like getting a GA rapid fire is going to trump a mediocre or a good unique role. I'll put it that way. Yeah, so sometimes I'm just not getting my precision stacks with the 3-to-1. And enemies are lasting a lot longer because of it. Oh, I totally missed. I'm gonna go Heartseeker for a bit. Heartseeker basic attack for karma point. Robbery, what's up? You say on hardcore, should you use Undying and not share misery? Honestly, I think kind of having both is nice. Because I mean, share misery is also more defense technically, because you're freezing things around you that are also not hitting you. Undying is kind of nice to kind of have for sustain. Just in general, and on like in hardcore, you're gonna play more or want to play more defensively. What would you give up for? I mean, you have to either do like concussive strikes or give up concussive strikes and or elements and stuff or whatnot. Like you will be giving up multipliers, but it's hardcore, so you're expected to give up some sort of DPS if you're going to go more defensively. So I mean, concussive strikes, if you already have a day's temper somewhere, it's like especially like if you have like 1 day's temper, then you can give up concussive strikes. Actually no, you don't even need that for that. Then what am I saying? Yeah, you can just give up concussive strikes and or elements. Like I said, that's just the nature of it. You're going to lose something. So we got a 3 GA ring and one of the GAs on rapid fire. However, the exploding arrow is 15%. Would be worth swapping for a single GA ranks to rapid fire, but has 23. Oh well, so the GA ranks to rapid fire is the only thing that matters on this ring. All the other stuff doesn't matter. Like the imbuement cooldown, the critical strike chance isn't really that big of a deal. Attack speed for 4 seconds after dodging an attack. Depending on how much dodge you built, that could be good and useful. But the reality is like the biggest thing you want for a Scoundrel's Kiss GA is the rapid fire itself. So if you had that and the 23%, I would take that over 3 GA and 15%, because the other stuff being GA doesn't make much, like very little difference overall. GA Dex 10% is a 10.9%. Yeah, but it's 10.9% before you masterwork it, right? So when you masterwork it, it ends up being a little like a little higher than that, like 13, 14%, somewhere around that range. Probably a little higher. I don't know why I did that. Why did I do that? That's weird. But yes, that'll be more valuable than attack speed or crit. Yes. Because attack speed, if you get attack speed on it, and let's just say you reach the next breakpoint, the next breakpoint will give you about 7% more damage, give or take, roughly, depending on which breakpoint you reach. It's about 7%. 14% more damage is gonna be better than 7% more damage through attack speed. Crit chance, similar ordeal. It depends on how much crit chance you already have. And if you're running with precision-based build, right, then the crit chance is going to have a considerably less value. So, like, what's going to beat that 14% dex, 13 to 14% dex? Well, I'm playing bad. It is really hard. So, like, when I play rapid fire, I have to pay attention in the rest. I really can't read to the left or right like I can with Heartseeker. They may have problems with my login. But keep up with oh, you mean can't text you on Twitch, but I have problems with login, but keep up the good content. Big hello from Denmark. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. Hope everything is well with you. I'm a little torn in the aspect that increases fortify, increases EHP, versus the ones that heals on dodge. Assimilation, you mean? What build, Club Med? What build are you playing? And I guess what are you trying to achieve? How valuable is GA Exploit on neck for Heartseeker build? Very valuable. Extremely valuable.
That's not gonna work.
Like Heartseeker builds would pay really good money for a GA exploit on an amulet.
I'm not ready yet.
Especially if there's another, you know, decent passer to go along with that, like Bridge of Finesse or Malice. Why are you so spread out? You're playing pin shot. Okay. I'm trying to push as high as possible. Honestly, I would just, if you're pushing with pin shot, are you following that Korean guy's build? If so, honestly, I would just do whatever he has there. Although that'd be kind of tricky because his gear is Chinese gear, so he's extremely min-max with some real money gear. Right, so but I don't know. So you're playing that build? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would just go with whatever he has there, honestly, as long as it makes sense for the gear that you have. Because you're not going to have, like, the gear he has. For, well, obvious reasons. But if it makes sense, right? Like, assimilation won't make sense if you don't have a lot of dodge chance, right? So, but he might be using it, and he might have a lot of dodge chance. But you might not, so you might have to go with a different route.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
That was this was a bad run. You didn't know you could spend real money on D4 stuff. You can spend real money on anything that has an economy. So any game that has an economy, you can technically spend money on it. People can sell. You can basically, you know, do your transactions through, you know, any system or whatever, and yeah. But the best of the best items are probably real money at the moment. And as gold becomes inflated and becomes less and less worth, the more real money trading starts to become a thing, because gold starts to become less and less worth. So it's good, mate. You're one of the streams I see before I go to sleep. Chill energy and an awesome chat. Thanks, man. Also appreciate it. That was a bad run, by the way. That was a real bad run. Kind of blown away by how our precision is blasting these pits.
I'm not ready yet.
God, whoa, bro. Jeez. That was a lot of dot damage at once. In the game we're trading, yeah, pretty much. For real money, it's a thing.
I'm not ready yet.
What the? That was weird. Joseph, what's going on? Got a question. What am I looking for a good pit level? Is it just like GR3, D3, what are the LMS for a good pit, Matt? Are you pushing, Joseph, or are you just like speed farming? If you're pushing, is kind of a bit like Diablo 3, where you're looking for kind of an open map so you can kind of get, you know, easier access to a lot of elites that aren't in like corners or dead ends or whatnot. And then of course the appropriate boss. The appropriate boss depends on the class you're playing, though. So looking for materials. Okay, well then there's no reason to be fishing for maps for maps. So just play whatever's in front of you.
I'm trying to do that.
I really don't like playing Heartseeker with this. I really like Forcer quite a bit more, but the risk versus reward doesn't really feel like it's there, to be honest. On that, but the Heartseeker provides me with no crowd control at all, so it just makes it kind of awkward. Did I just miss like 2 times, like right there?
I'm not ready yet.
I legit just like, it's like right there and I just like completely miss. Let me get off a Heartseeker. You said pinch shot, you need really good gear. Yeah, very, very good gear. Heartseeker doesn't need anything like that, honestly. Like Heartseeker, you can kind of get away with like very starter, very basic gear. Pinch shot is a different story because you need, like, because you have less opportunity to really proc victimize per se. Versus, let's say, Heartseeker, so you need to make sure that all your pin shots are getting the victimized proc. So you need about 122% lucky chance. Like you kind of have to have that for like a good pin shot. Whereas Heartseeker, you can get away with very thrift shop gear to get you started to be able to do decent things. Highest damage I ever hit on the Rogue? Honestly, I have no idea. More often than not, I don't really pay attention. I would say that if it was anything, I would probably say it was like on a one-shot Rogue that was like designed for like killing bosses or whatever. So somewhere in the, you know, well, I guess on the PTR probably billions is probably the highest I've hit for. Somewhere in the billions in the PTR, but that's PTR. Decoy, what's going on, man, with the Prime 17 months in a row? Appreciate you. What you been up to? Have you been playing First Descendant by chance? Did I say 120%? 122% lucky hit chance for a pin shot. Yes, but it should be effective even when materials quickly go in, finish, and move out. The reason to get stuck, like, look, in the map looking for enemies to destroy. Yeah, but you're gonna spend more time fishing. So I'll put it this way, Joseph. When you played Diablo 3, right? Did you fish for Paragon? Like, did you just close the map, open the map, closing the map, and then only play the good maps to try to get Paragon in D3? Nah, you just played all the maps because speed clearing on any map is pretty much going to be more efficient than losing stones or losing keys just to have a good map to farm Paragon with or farm legendaries with, right? So it's the same concept, applies here. You got like 4 hours into it so far. Is it because of servers or you just in terms of the potential for Season 5, will Heartseeker see again in DPS with new 10% damage for Dark Shroud or Vulnerable? Vulnerable will still be better. Vulnerable will still be better. Crit damage will still be better. The only thing that the Dark Shroud kind of makes better with would be crowd control. So like instead of doing like close quarters combat, you could do Dark Shroud and that'd be better for that. But that's really the only key passive, I guess, that you can replace for certain builds. I wouldn't do it for vulnerable, especially since Heartseeker really needs the AOE. So like, if you don't scale your victimize with vulnerable, then your victimize is gonna kind of hit like a wet noodle, even if your Heartseeker is hitting, or well, a decent, a good amount or a decent amount. It just scales like vulnerable just scales better for the victimized passive than Dark Shroud does for the arrow into victimize, if that makes sense. Now, if you're trying to do like an Arrow Storms Heartseeker, then yeah, that might be the play. Like if you want to do like an Arrow Storms Heartseeker hybrid thing or whatever, then I think the Dark Shroud actually would make more sense there. But then you have to kind of build more around Arrow Storms. The servers have been down multiple times. I was thinking about like playing it like on the side for myself, like just to give it a shot. I heard people were upset about microtransactions, but is it really bad? Like in your opinion? But I do think as aesthetic, I do think that the Dark Shroud temper is actually quite nice for, again, builds that aren't precision victimized for sure. So like it allows for key passives like momentum and exposure to like shine, whereas right now they have no use at all. But next season, momentum will actually be good because you can do the Dark Shroud tempers. But it opens up new build options for Rogue. I do think this probably the amount might be a bit too high. Might need to come down in terms of the value, like how much you're getting. But I do think it's a step in the right direction to make momentum valuable without just giving momentum key passive just DPS. That makes sense.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Was a temper like 300 some percent? I think it was like 100 and something, 120, 130 something per Dark Shroud Shadow. So, like on like a two-hander, which was nuts. It would actually benefit range builds, honestly, because you know, less likely to lose Dark Shroud Shadows. Then again, you can't lose more than one Dark Shroud 1 point, you know, for every 1.5 seconds anyway. So I guess it really wouldn't matter. Possible damage increase looks insane. Yeah, but I mean, it's all additive damage at the end of the day, right? You just have so much of it that it ends up being like, you know, decent, because it's so much. I hate puncture. I can't deny its effectiveness, but I hate puncture. God, I hate puncture so much for this. Michael's going on. I said Heartseeker's a little nerfed next season. Actually, it's better next season. It's better next season with all the new stuff and things. Heartseeker will actually be most likely number one again. It's a crazy two-hand bow, like pure DPS for poison related stuff going on in that. 1000% additive sounds like enough to make me notice, right? Yeah. Like that's enough to where it's like, okay, yeah, I actually feel 1000% more additive damage. Like you do feel that. Is there a non-combo pointer version of this build? I have it in a planner. So yeah, it's more physical versus cold, but yeah. Snakes. Michael became a member on YouTube. Appreciate you, man. Next season, you're talking about earlier, do you still think that the mouse with precision is the way to go for Heartseeker? Oh yeah, absolutely. You have no AoE with Heartseeker. Granted, you do have the totems, but don't expect the totems to be nearly as broken as they were on PTR, so I would not rely on that for a decent AoE clear. Not to mention, you can't even proc precision with Heartseeker anyways, because only a core skill can proc precision. So you wouldn't even be able to use that key passive regardless. It used to be, like you used to be able to proc precision with a basic attack, but they removed it, which is a good idea because it sucked on combo point builds for sure. That's so weird. Is it me? But like sometimes when I evade, or if I try to evade, or if I cast rapid fire then evade, my rapid fire won't go off for some reason. Say when the PTR is done, it feels like it kills the game. I normally would say that, but in this case scenario, I'm actually glad to be back on live. Like how many things that were broken on PTR that just didn't make any sense or did not work or whatnot. Couldn't really properly test anything.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Dude, now I remember love your content. Thanks, dude. God, I hate puncture so much, but it makes so much sense. What's the best pit level to farm mass? Depends on the build and class. Generally speaking, whatever you can do in like roughly 3 minutes. So if your build can clear in about 3 to 4 minutes, like between 3 or 4 minutes, and then that's the pit level that you do. So that will vary between classes. Yeah, right there. DPZ, what's going on? So do I need a ring? Nah, I'm good.
I'm not ready yet.
Why are these guys still alive? Do I know I'm gonna play it in front of hordes? And honestly, I don't know. I'll have to see what the patch notes are like, and I guess whatever happens in season 5 on live, because you know things are gonna be a lot different. So like, I don't know what uniques we'll be using. I don't know. I don't know much of anything. Chances are I'll probably end up playing either Heartseeker or Rapid Fire at the beginning. I haven't decided which one yet. But I still don't know. Maybe they buff the wind force to be useful. Between, you know, by season 5. Patch knows. So if that's the case, I might do Barrage. So we'll see. He's kidding me. God, I hate snakes. I'm gonna play Shank Rogue. I'm definitely gonna play Shank Rogue. I don't know how effective it's gonna be in the hordes, but maybe if I'm farming the lower levels, maybe. Then again, I'm sure that content is gonna be retuned as well. So like, I don't know what's going to work well, what's not going to work well, because that's going to be different too. That's why I think I said it before. BTR was quite useless, honestly, in determining what's going to happen next season. Because all that stuff is just going to change. What a chest. And hello to everyone in chat. Hope you is as great as that streamer ever following. Did I ever tell you guys how much I hate puncture for this? I don't think I've said that all stream. I haven't said that, have I? I don't think I've said that. Guess we just did a new highest pick with coal spiders and 2 snakes.
How may I help you?
Very nice. I feel like I have very low crit chances, like 33%. 33% is actually pretty decent for Heartseeker. But yeah, I think next season Shank Rogue will be stronger. And definitely in a considerably better position. It might be good enough for me to like make a spin-off as like a variation on Maxroll, rather than like a personal build that I find fun. Those guys. Is this better than Heartseeker for pushing? No. But I mean, unless you're in that 1%, I guess that will be attempting to do 140 plus or something. Then it tends to be pretty irrelevant. Because I would say 99.999% of players are not going to spend 16, 17 hours trying to clear a single hit bubble. And those same players probably don't have trillions of gold worth of gear to even attempt to push those levels to begin with. Or you know, spend real money to actually obtain some pieces of those gear. So the pit level, it will be relevant to the gear that you have and the amount of time you're willing to spend getting the right map, getting the right boss, resetting often, failing a lot, etc. There's a big delay if you're on YouTube and watching Twitch. You say YouTube is in front. I'm not surprised. I think YouTube has better. It's honestly better quality, less features. Like you can't obviously you guys can't listen to my music because YouTube isn't gonna allow that. But God, jeez, that is so much. Why is that so much? So much dot damage. That firewolf. Hello, have I cleared 150 yet? No. I think only one rogue has done it in the world. And he has Chinese gear, meaning he has real money. He paid real money for his stuff. So, no. On rogue, that is. Obviously, there are Sorc and Barbs that have cleared 150. They're just stronger classes in general. I mean, if you want to give me real money, and then I buy Chinese gear, and then I spend, about 12 to 16 hours a day trying to get the 150 on a brand new set of pin shot gear, then yeah, sure, I'll do it for you. Just give me about a week. Give me about a week. 12 hours a day, about a week. Couple $100, maybe 1,000, depending on how good of gear I'm trying to seek after. Then yeah, I think I can get you that clear for you, sir. This is actually a really nice ring. Considering I have like no GAs on my current rings on Heartseeker. Yeah, it's crazy that you can give 2-person pay gear, but the one that actually skill will push higher. Well, I think the thing is that like I make it known because I don't think people are really realize what it takes to do certain things like that. And so like if you watch a video on YouTube, the assumption is, oh, he put in one runestone, right, or one shot, or one try, and he got it with like some decent gear, and like that's it, like. What you don't see is the kicker. So like what it ends up doing is it makes people believe that, oh, so if I play the way that he played, I'll be able to do the 152. And it's like, no. Like, no, not at all. It's not that at all. Like nowhere near. There are several people that have the ability to do the 150. And understand what it takes, but just may not have the gear or the time to fish to do said thing. At that point, it's more so about the gear. On pin shot, that is, right? But like, no one's walking in and being like, okay, it's like, hey guys, you want to see me do this 150 right now? It's like, yeah, no one's doing that, right? That ain't happening. But because it's a YouTube video, or a Billy video, I guess, right? Then it's like, all you see is the result. You don't see what it took to get there. Or how often he failed, like how many times he actually failed, right? To get that 150. But we like fishing. It's just not for risk. Have I mentioned how much I hate puncture?
I'm not ready yet.
That felt like a one shot. Hey man, do I live off of streaming? No. No. My size, or my streaming size at the moment, no way. Maybe back in like 1920 or something. If it was that kind of economy or whatever. And I can use today's money and, you know, with 1920s value, sure, I can live off of streaming. But no, I'm not a full-time streamer. Streaming is not my it's not my real job. I might end up having to consider going full-time now. Hoping that isn't the case. No, that probably sounds weird to say, but I'm hoping that isn't the case. But I think I might actually have to consider that route. But it will have to be accompanied by another source of income as well. So. But yeah, those who make a living off of streaming probably average, you have to probably average around like between 800 to 1,000 viewers, roughly 400 to 500 subscribers on average, and then of course whatever sponsorships you get because you have the high CCV. It's probably about what's necessary for a, you know, to be able to, yes, get by off of streaming. You said you can with your numbers, but probably need to grind a lot more hours. I don't know if more hours is going to cut it though. Like looking at my my analytics, probably not. Because like streamers do not make enough or do not make as much money off of ad revenue as people think. So the only way that with my numbers, the only way that can happen if I also stream 24/7, and even then, I still don't think it would be enough. Not at my numbers, no. Like I said, I think, like honestly, you might be able to get by with like maybe like a studio apartment with like maybe 500 to 600 concurrent viewers, roughly streaming 8 or 9 hours a day, and a decent YouTube presence, maybe. Depends on where you live too. Yeah, that too. Very true, actually. Yeah, and mead also too. Also consider this too as well. So like, also let's take this to account. Like I stream now, right? It's at nighttime, right? I don't really have as much competition in the nighttime streams, right? Outside of like maybe Dat Mods, I guess you could say, who's like a really big name. So when he's streaming, obviously there's that. But like your Raxes and Woody Joes aren't streaming around this time of night, right? If I stream longer or if I stream during the daytime, it's somewhat suicide because I'm competing against much bigger names or whatnot that I'm just not gonna get that views from. See what I'm saying? So if I had the view count I have right now, it would be like maybe less. It would definitely be less than half of that if I chose to stream in the daytime versus the others, or at the same time as the others. It's like, you know, maybe there's like a really good show on TV you like to watch, right? That comes on at night or whatever, but your favorite TV shows are in the daytime, right? You might like that one TV show that you watch at night, but if it decided to come on during the daytime versus the other TV shows that are your favorite, you're not gonna watch the TV show that you normally would watch at night during the daytime while your favorite shows are on in the daytime. You're just not gonna do that. Right? So like, and it makes sense. Like, and obviously that makes sense. Am I pumped for testing the X-Pack and being flowing out? I am. More so pumped about meeting, you know, other creators that I haven't met yet. The social hangout with those guys that were a lot of fun at BlizzCon. So I'm excited to kind of see some of those guys again, as well as new guys that I haven't met before in person. But yeah, being able to play the X-Pack early all day on Friday, and also like being able to see the Blizzard HQ is gonna be nuts. Because I've never seen Blizzard HQ, so Booth ads.
I'm not ready yet.
That guy there had 3G and everything, only 2 items. Oxide, keep your build to a normal level. I play over 3,000 hours in this game. It's still crazy to go for it. Yeah, I agree. You watch for the... Alright. I kind of want to get out of Puncture. I don't want to play Puncture on this. Living like in the Bay Area is way different than like Utah or something. I might have to go to Arkansas, man. Like with my analytics, I might have to go to a different country. I might have to go somewhere in like somewhere in the islands somewhere. I want to make a living off my numbers right now. It's pretty decent. I'll hold on to that. Yeah. At the same time, though, I think it's also, this might also sound a little weird, but like, it's one thing to be able to make content or do content and not stress so much about your analytics. Like for the guys who do this for a living, if you're on that cuffs, whereas like you're just getting by, doing it for a living, that's a scary feeling because you can have a bad month and then like, what do you do? Or like something happens to the game or games you're playing, then what do you do? Because you're kind of on that cuffs, right? Like those who make a comfortable living obviously would be like, again, I'll mention your Racks and Moody's and whatnot. Like you know, down. Like they're living comfortably, right? Like they can have a bad year and probably be fine. But like if you're like on the cuffs or whatever, like the amount of stress is that you're under worried about your analytics to pay bills, you know, gives a different mindset when it comes to streaming, right? Because at that point you're streaming to make a living versus streaming because you want to, or streaming because it's fun, you know. So you're more concerned about catering content to get more views, or being, you know, saying things or doing things to keep up numbers versus just being yourself or doing what you want to do, right? And that becomes pretty stressful because then it really feels like an actual job and whatnot versus something you like to do for fun. And I mean, so like that's one thing I personally, you know, never really want to have to experience, I guess. Where I'm like, he's like, you know, I get to the end of the month and like, oh God, I hope I can pay rent, or hope I got enough subscribers this month to be able to do what I need to do. You know, like that's an awful way to, in my opinion, to do content. I know you're mainly season play, but I'm still new to the game. I'm only level 62, World Tier 3. Any advice to level up outside of just doing Tree Whispers? Helltide. Mikey Donuts, Helltide. For sure. Alright, we're going to do this with the bow. And I think for me, not that I would ever change who I am to meet demands or whatever, but I think I'm not in that position to know for sure, right? You know how, like, you know, people say, you know, I'm like, for example, you know, I'm like, money changes people, like they say that, right? And it's like, you know, we say for those who don't have that kind of money, it's like, oh, well, I would never, you know, if I ever had $1 million, I'll still be who I am regardless, right? We can say that, right? But the reality is, do we really know that until we actually have $1 million? So we actually in that position, right? We want to believe that we won't change, but, you know, do we really know, right? For certain, right? It's kind of like that with the whole streaming thing. It's like, you know, sure, you know, I can say, oh, well, if I do this for a living full time or whatnot, and I'm able to make it full time, like, would I change? Would I be any different? I would want to say no, but I also got bills to pay, so you know, like it's a I like to believe nothing will change, but can I really know for certain? Even with the bow. Have the rapid fire do on tournament bosses? Very good. Very well. With gear, can you kill them with the N1 stagger? Kill who? Kill what in one stagger?
I need more time.
Oh, that's not a question. Sorry, you're answering the guy. Yeah. That's true.
I'm not ready yet. Potions.
This feels a bit rough, honestly. I'm out of potions.
I'm out of potions. I need more time. I don't have any potions.
I die. Oh no, I got my potions.
I'm not ready yet.
Poison dice or cancer versus rogue.
I need more time.
True. Facts.
I need more time.
I didn't proc precision twice. I don't know. Let me go back. Let me go back to my crossbow. My crossbow is a little better than my bow. Where is that? Rogue is nice dot damage reduction. Big up from Denmark. Hope your recovery is going okay. It's actually pretty stagnant. I got to go back to I'm penciled in to see, I guess, to be able to talk to the surgeon himself finally about why I feel like my recovery is pretty stagnant the past couple of weeks. So we'll kind of see. So that. Oh, I ran out of potion too, it looks like. Is rapid fire build on Maxroll? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I have some personal things I did to it, but it's pretty much the same build. Same Paragon board, etc. Michael, what's going on? You have some questions and thoughts? I didn't do it. I swear it wasn't me. It was my evil twin brother. Just want to get that out the way first.
I need more time.
way too many snakes. There's questions and thoughts after watching the Maxroll stream earlier today. Which Maxroll stream? I've been away from my computer like most of the day today, so I don't. If there was a thing or event, I honestly either didn't see it or was unaware that anything was going on today.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
It was this even brother Flyhawks. I actually like that name though. I gotta give him a sick ass transmog though. If I'm gonna name one of my characters that.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
But what's up, Micah? What you got?
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Bro, did I not? Yeah, okay, that was bad. But I didn't proc precision twice in a row. Despite the fact that I know I crit. I know that there's a bug if you use Rapid Fire too quickly. Sometimes you can, like, precision isn't keeping up, like the stacks isn't keeping up when you crit. But yeah, but that happened twice.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Did you know? Do I know if Blizzard is bringing back the rebirth thing for new tunes? I know they're looking into it, but we probably won't see that until like the expansion.
I'm not ready yet.
Until you're cooking din. Did you say you watching the Maxroll stream earlier today? And like I said, I've been gone. Not say gone, but I haven't been on my computer at all today, so I don't even know which or what Maxroll. Like you said, Maxroll stream. So like, did we actually have it like an official stream? Today happened. Chronix, Rudy, Rax, and Max. Was it like a podcast kind of thing? Oh, okay, okay, that, okay, all right. You made it sound like it was like
Nothing.
Maxroll as like a entity was streaming something or like that. Okay, I got what you said. Yeah, cool, cool, cool. What about the podcast?
Brigade
All
mine.
right. I wasn't around to see it earlier today. Okay. I'll try Heartseeker a few more times.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
How did I miss?
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Is that fine?
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Jeez, that hurt. I see what's going on.
I'm not ready yet.
Trying to play some rapid fire. I'm also trying to get a feel of what basic attack I kind of really want to use. Trying to get away from puncture, but enemies, where you at?
I need time to do that. I'm not ready yet.
I almost feel like I kind of have to prep. Because like I guess the advantage of being able to like fire from across the screen is being able to build combo points before you reach an elite. So you, technically speaking, you can just smoke grenade and pot rapid fire the moment you see the elite. Granted, you don't get mauled on the way. That kind of becomes, it can feel a little clunky because you're not doing anything until then. But at least you have your impetus buff and everything the moment that you're firing your core skill.
I'm not ready yet. Any more time.
Like that. There you go. So literally doing it like that, where I prep my combo points until I see an elite
I'm not ready yet.
or a champion, I guess. And then smoke grenade, launch the rapid fire. If I can play like that, I can increase my speed if I'm like purposely trying to be more efficient. Like that. There it is. Are you kidding me? Did I just get stuck? But it's just rapid fire.
I'm not ready yet.
How viable is rapid fire at the combo points? You can do it. It just doesn't. It just feels a little clunky because rapid fire has a long animation. So if you're not evading after your rapid fires, it just feels kind of clunky.
I'm not ready yet.
So like if you're trying to spam it, right, without evading every time, then you're gonna feel like you're locked in place a lot of the time. I mean, it works as strong, but like typically speaking, like if you're gonna do anything inner sight related, like Barrage is gonna just feel considerably better because of the Barrage animation. It doesn't lock you in place, and you don't have to sit there and evade out of it. So typically speaking, Barrage setups are more so the go-to for inner sight related stuff. But you can do inner sight rapid fire. It's just gonna feel you're gonna feel locked in place a lot of the time if you do so. But technically, it could be as strong, if not slightly stronger than like some inner sight Barrage setups because of me as rapid fire. It just hits harder. Me too. Just hate the way the ring is shooting rapid fire. I messed up. I messed up. Before I died, I knew. I was like, I messed up. I totally messed that up.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Did I really cow traps into the lunatic explosion? I sure did. Deal, man. Appreciate the prime. This is a bad run.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
God, the amount of CC. Are you serious? How unlucky that was.
I need more time.
Wait, they are beating me up this run. I was stunned just long enough to get exploded on by the lunatic.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
I didn't kill him?
I'm not ready yet.
No, he's dead. Okay. I get the...
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Got a shot.
I need more time.
This took way longer than it should have. Those 3 deaths. J Rockets, what's going on? Am I doing it then? Honestly, really no better. But I did schedule an appointment to see my to speak directly to my surgeon. That won't happen until the 23rd, so I got another 3 weeks before I can see and talk to him about potentially what's really going on with me.
I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
What kind of surgeon? Well, the guy who performed my double hernia surgery. So I want to speak directly to him I feel like every time I talk to a nurse or the physician um, assistant and all that, like I when I explain the symptoms I have or what I'm currently going through, I kind of get the same corporate response, I guess. And I get told that it's normal, that I'll be fine, but it's like week 9, and I feel like it's week 2 in terms of the pain, whatever I'm experiencing. To me, that doesn't really seem like it's normal. It's preventing me from like getting ready to go back to work. Can you know my build? Yeah, it's a rapid fire build on Maxroll. Docsat, where do you have retribution? Well, on Heartseeker, I mean, basically either a ring or a one-hander. Because on Heartseeker, adaptability and Moonrise are still better choices to have on Amulet and two-hand weapon. There is a very small time frame where Retribution is actually better than Moonrise, and you can move Moonrise into like the Amulet and then the ability into the ring. But that's for like very specific case scenarios where Retribution is slightly better there, but it's not consistent. So like, yes, Retribution double dips, we do know of that. But on a Heartseeker build, you have 2 really good aspects that are just consistently better to have on the weapon and also an amulet. Now, if you're talking about like rapid fire barrage, you definitely want Retribution on a 2-handed. This is what I have, because they double dip. Now, if they fix it in season 5, then we will have different options. But at the moment, you know, it's just too strong to not. You said with the Heartseeker, so I'll say this: if someone is using like one different skill, but everything else is still the same, it's not a different build. Okay, so like on the Maxroll website, I actually do have it with Heartseeker, but I also have it with a variation with Puncture as well. So you can kind of like make the choice of where you want to go. The difference that on the Maxroll guide and what I'm using right now is that I have Smoke Grenade instead of Shadow Step, but that's just because I prefer to go more DPS than to have a CC break. It's harder to play, but that's just a preference thing. But it's not a different build. Like the Paragon board is still the same. All the glyphs are still the same. Where I put my skill points is practically the same. I just chose a different skill versus, or I chose one different support skill versus something else that you might see on the website. Dangerous Dan, what's going on? Do I think a mix between Andorian and Random Arrows could be a thing? Well, not this season, no. Could be next time. All the same, but the Heartseeker instead of Puncture. I mean, pretty much, yeah. But like on the Maxroll website, I actually do have Heartseeker and the bow as like the main variation. Even though like crossbow and puncture is more popular and you're gonna get more rapid fires out, you gotta play very up close, and it becomes more of a melee, close range build versus a long range bomber that I think people would prefer. But I have both variations on Maxroll. It was on Rax. It was on what Rax was saying about how you play a little druid to see if you can get an idea of what it was lacking, how you felt that some skills just don't make sense in the order they in the order basic shred, enhanced shred heals, then you choose between dashing on shred or doing poison shred. How the core fantasy of shred should be dash to begin with over making the choice between doing poison. I'm assuming that it happens in all classes having skills misplaced. Like yeah. We kind of got that on Flurry next season, where you have to choose between the dashing strike or the teleport dash on Flurry versus the 15% stack 3 times damage buff. And I kind of get why they do that, because having the best of all worlds. But I mean, it would be nice if shred was kind of baked in Or the de-teleport was like maybe the second passive or like the middle passive. I don't disagree with that. But yeah, it happens on all classes though. Yeah, what is exactly losing by going Aerostorm? Well, you have to lose multipliers to be able to add Aerostorms into the build. So whatever multipliers that makes your poison damage better is now less poison damage to do. So you have to think about the multipliers you're losing. Is it worth adding the Aerostorms in place of that? And generally speaking, right now the answer is no. But in season 5, that might be a little different. I've already thought about Heartseeker and Rapid Fire, but I don't know what's my guarantee to get built now. Heartseeker is definitely going to be easier to play. Easier to play, much more player friendly. Rapid Fire, it's more of a acquired taste. I'll just put it that way. Moonrise and Adapt, they're not changing the aspect value. You mean for season 5, Michael, or? It's a good hit. You said I heard that was an edge mess. What? I feel like if I'm gonna play this way, I'm gonna have to like go back to like all rubies on my gear, because I'm like walking past things just to be able to get better shots and find the elites kind of sort of thing, versus trying to like this was a good run because I kind of ignored a lot of the trash and just decided to go hard for the elites. Rather order pizza from where? Oh, that was a bad cow trap. I knew better than that. That was a terrible cow trap. That was a I gotta wait until he disappears first and then lay the cow trap when I'm doing speeds against that dude. Can you swap out Puncture to Heartseeker? Oh, okay. I already answered that question. Sorry. Everyone expecting Sorc to be F tier, but the other day, no Drew to sweep from behind and take that spot swiftly. I think people will be surprised considering like how many massive amount of changes they're bound to make between Season 5 PTR and Season 5 release. I mean, based on PTR, everyone thought Rogue was going to be like F tier all the way around. And then, you know, that didn't happen. Rogue was actually like number 2, a solid 2 for a while. And then mid-season patch came, Sorc got, you know, something bugged. And also, well, so Sorc got something bugged before the mid-season patch. And then the bug thing got buffed. And then so Sorc took, you know, kind of pushed Rogue down by 1. But like outside of that, I mean, just remember, like everyone thought Minion Necro was going to be the thing, like the OP thing. And it was, I guess, towards the beginning of the season, right? So like, I think there's going to be a lot of shifts happening. More so than what it was from Season 4 PTR to Season 4 live. I'm trying to see, a lot of places are closed. It's almost 2 in the morning. I haven't gotten used to the time change yet. Fair. You got diamonds in both ears now. How long does it take for that, for like that to heal? I was always curious. Rogue was killing the PTR. I mean, technically every build was killing the PTR in Season 4. Because I mean, tier 200 pip was so easy that a lot of things happened. Oh, Crip, what's going on, Crip? What's happening, man? I see you on the tube. Where you can't really judge bugs. It's not really fair, even though the game is gameplay. Well, I mean, I think that's the thing though. It's just like you never know what's gonna end up happening like in the season, right? So like we kind of have an idea of what, you know, people have an idea of what they think is gonna be good or bad coming next season, and then it just all gets thrown on, you know, it all just gets completely, you know, mucked up for the most part because of last minute changes that weren't in patch notes or you know, new bugs we discovered. So it's just kind of like, it's one of those things where, you know, you never know. Like you just don't know. Always keep you up somewhere. How you been, No Crip? All right, so let's do this again, but with more health this time. Did not need that much Angel Breath until now, dude. Angel Breath is like the bottleneck, man, this season. What? What was that? Like, did he just like bop me in my head mid evade? I swore I was in mid evade when he did that. Oh, I totally missed again. I want to see that after this. Like I really want to see that.
I need more time. I need more time.
There we go. That's what I wanted. First time I did that throughout this run. Do I have any goals left in season 4? No, not really. Just gonna make my other builds stronger. Like, I'm gonna make my rapid fire build a little stronger. My gear for rapid fire is kind of meh. So now I'm gonna do some more Interside Barrage stuff, and then I'll probably do some Sorc. And I guess by that time, you know, we'll be very close to season 5.
I need more time.
It's the reason why we need more than 1 week to test things. I agree. I agree.
I need more time. I need more time.
Do I prefer rapid fire for pits? Well, I mean, it's the next build that I'm choosing to play. I played a lot of Heartseeker this season, so I just doing something different. Like I want to play rapid fire to make my rapid fire stronger, if that makes sense. I don't want to like try to, you know, play Heartseeker to just max out my rapid fire, if that makes sense. +4 rapid fire. Speaking of which. Go again. They're fixing the damage buff for season 5, right? So Andy's rolls drops damage from the build. Yeah, I mean, you'll go damage over time instead of damage percent next season for Andy's rogue. It's a simple change, but yeah, they're fixing the double dipping from the percent damage for poison or dots in general. Oh, I forgot to look at the clip. All right, we'll do after this run. Where am I going?
I need more time.
Okay, so my arrows just disappeared inside the wall there.
I need more time.
You play a lot of PTR? I did, but it was kind of useless. Like, you can't really test things that are either completely bugged or don't work. or missing things, or not knowing what the new uniques, the old unique stats, new stats are gonna be. There's a lot of unknowns and things, and a lot of things just didn't work. So, I mean, we can theory craft and say, oh, that might work, but I mean, with that many things broken and bugged, there's really no like, there's really no grip on. Oh, by the way, we're gonna have this as a new build, or that as a new build, or whatnot, because you know things were working because they shouldn't work, etc., or not working properly, or not scaling properly. There's too much of that in the PTR to know much of anything. Yeah, so it really wasn't even fun for me, honestly. And like I played for like maybe 4 of the 7 days. So it was unfortunate. Blizzard really dropped the ball on that one. It's like the whole point of, you know, playing a PTR is to test things. And if things don't work, or if they don't scale properly, and it's a lot of things, not just a couple of things, then how do you test? How do you give correct feedback to something you don't know what it's how it's supposed to operate? You know what I mean? So I feel like I died more often when I went to all rubies versus having 3 dex gems and 2 rubies. Yeah, I'm off. I appreciate the time you took to answer questions. Yeah, anytime, man. Anytime. You accidentally made $4 billion in the PTR. Accidentally. I was also thinking about how to improve the PTR. I think the thing is that like they just released the PTR way too early. That's my thing. Like I'm sure they knew a lot of things weren't working correctly, but whoever made the decision at the top to go, hey, we're gonna get ahead and, you know, release this PTR now in the state that it's in, just feels like there's a lack of understanding of how we test things. How do we give you feedback? You know, things have to work in order to give you feedback. Otherwise, the only feedback you're gonna get is this doesn't work, that doesn't work, that doesn't work. And chances are, pretty sure the devs or those who are doing the coding probably know it doesn't work because they didn't have the chance to. I won't say chance, but they probably needed more time to test those things to see whether it works or not. So it's like, well, you know, we didn't tell you anything you probably already didn't know in most cases. So what was the point of the PTR at the end of the day? So that was the frustrating part of that, because it's like I can't give you information. I can't tell you about the new sword because the new sword is bugged in multiple different ways. Can't tell you anything about the exploit weakness thing, you know, because it's executing everything. Can't tell you, you know, can't tell you about the new helm because the helm is bugged on certain skills and on certain classes with certain builds and whatever. There's just, I mean, it's like, know what I'm saying? Like what do you, what do you do? Let's go to I want to see what killed me. All right. Let's see it again. I got close. Bruh. Middle of my evade. What a hit. Okay, here I am. I'm coming forward, right? I'm thinking, okay, we're good. Throw the smoke grenade, right? Do that. And then I evade through the attack, but no. The game says no. I don't get any iframes. Right? No. No. Oh, man. This game says it ain't dark, so bro, that hurt. That hurt my soul when that happened. I'm just like, what? Oh man. I knew, because like the thing is, it's like I knew I died. Like I knew I hit evade. But literally I got I got bopped mid evade. I thought there was a statement coming from Blizzard in the second PTR. Was there a statement? I honestly haven't seen it. Do you know where I could find it? I mean, it'd be good if they did. That'd be a great thing if they had like a second PTR. Like a real one. Like, you know, like, hey guys, this is the for real PTR. Like for real. Like the, you know, we're serious this time PTR.
Any more time? I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. Any more time? Any more time? I'm not ready yet.
Did I get snakes in both maps?
Any more time? Any more time? Any more time?
Wait, why did my rapid fire not go off? There we go. I'm gonna be blasting the D3 weekend. I can't. I'll be in California. So I'll play when I get back, but how many creators are going for the preview? I don't know the exact number, but it's like between like 15 to 20 people. Yeah, and the thing about it is that it's a really good season theme, right? Like it's ethereal, so I kind of want to play that weekend, but too much wrong. I need to go fix everything and listen to the community before rumor that all seasons have a different dev team and sucks goes any further. Fair. Why are you not taking damage? And Rogue is 62. Should I level Hell Ties? Yeah. I wonder if I'm pushing spacebar before I'm pushing right click. Cause sometimes I'll like not cast rapid fire, but I'll cast evade. That was awful. when does Diablo 3 Season 32 start? The same day that some content creators will be in California playtesting the expansion, the 12th. Literally that exact same day. I'm gonna do one more puncture and then I'm probably gonna call it. I think I don't like playing rapid fire this way. I really don't at all. Hey Jack, you said you don't know if I answered your question from the thing. Oh yeah, so damage percent will be fixed next season. So like that's not gonna double dip anymore. So we'll just do over damage over time. It's pretty much the same thing. So it's just changing the stat, which is not a problem because I mean you have to find all new gear anyways for season 5. So yep, we'll just basically just go from damage percent to damage over time.
I've been starting from nothing.
Without PTR, season 4 or 5 would be broken because all the created damage that would destroy the season. I guess the PTR kind of helps be able to discover things they may not have seen. But, I mean... I think season 4 would have been pretty... I won't say it would be awful, but I think there would have been a lot of, like, really disastrous bugs at the start of season 4 had it not been for PTR. We should be farming for better tempers. For better tempers? You mean like recipes or? Well, most of them just drop as you're playing. Just pretty much anywhere, but some tempers you can only get by doing the like let's say the Iron Wolves quest line. Like you won't be able to get the Worldly Fortune temper until you finish that quest line, at least the legendary portion of it.
Any more time?
Not the wrong way. D4 multi-shot win. I know, right? What up, grandfather? Like right there. Why did my rapid fire not pass?
I'm not ready yet.
What's my go-to build for season 5? No idea. So much is gonna change from what the PTR is. I have no idea what I'm like gonna actually play.
That's not gonna work.
Like I said before, I can't really use my season 5 PTR experience to know what I'm gonna play in season 5. Like, it's gonna be vastly different. Assuming, you know, things, you know, working and bug fixes and all that stuff.
That's not gonna work.
This is a really bad run. Also bad map. Bad maps. Dude, die. Holy, what? There you go. Course. That felt awful. That entire run felt so bad. I'm gonna do one more. I'm not gonna end like that. I bet that's would be amazing at Widowmaker Overwatch. I don't think so. So when you're there, can you ask me if season 6 is gonna be longer to make up for season 5 being shortened? Probably not. As in, like, I mean, generally speaking, is there a reason to make like I don't think I would want a season to be longer. There's not really a reason for that to happen. Like, I mean, there's a reason for it to be shorter, season 5 to be shorter because of the release of the expansion. But why would season 6 be longer per se? I mean, it could be maybe they want to find all the bugs or whatever, so they might want to keep season 6 longer to kind of, you know, fix all the stuff they want to fix before season 7 hits or whatever. That could be a reason, but I can't imagine them doing it because season 5 was shorter. I'm glad season 5 is shorter. I mean, in fact, shorter seasons would be kind of cooler, honestly, but that gives them less time to do stuff. Isn't season 5 being short going to throw out the cycle for 4 seasons? Well, yeah, of course. But I don't think anyone's going to get upset about that. Like, I don't think we're going to have the content creators be like, we were promised 4 seasons, not 5 seasons for the year. Like, I don't think anyone's going to be upset by that whatsoever. In fact, that's a positive for gamers, not a negative. It means more content. So, longer season means less content. But I mean, I just don't see them doing that on purpose to stay on track of that. If they do it, it's probably a reason for, like, maybe wanting to fix the base game or want to make sure the expansion is solid before going on to the next season or something. You know how, like, they extended season 3 a little bit longer to make sure season 4 was, you know, gonna be good. Like, they might do something like that, but if that makes sense. Why can't I cast my rapid fire? Does anyone else experience the same issue? Like, when you try to evade and then hit your rapid fire, or rapid fire and then evade, like, the rapid fire doesn't go off. Like, you'll evade but you won't get the rapid fire. Or is it just me, or is it just like a skill issue? And I'm just like, because I never really get this issue when I'm playing with Heartseeker. Like Heartseeker, basic attack instead of puncture. But when I do puncture, for some reason, my rapid fire just won't go off. And it usually ends up with me dying because I didn't crowd control them and I just dodged and I evaded into them with no attack. Like that. Perfect example. Like that. Like exactly that was. That's exactly what happened. There it is again. Same thing happened.
I need time to do that.
Catch us if you evade in the right second. Your work is jumping on the same shot. You throw it. Really? I don't think I ever had that happen to me before. All right, we're doing the final run on Heartseeker. Screw it. What the Mish? Appreciate the follow. Biggie part. Good map. Terrible mob type though. Jesus. But I gotta be aggressive though. I gotta play aggressive like that. Snakes. This is just such a bad run too. Snakes again. this floor. Yeah, I need to go after this, y'all. I think it's fatigue. I'm just playing horribly, and well, snakes. Snakes are enraging. $42 minutes, 0 runs, and not a single Uber. Good game. I mean, RNG's rough, but it's possible. That's definitely on the bad side of RNG, but yeah, that sucks. Wanna like snakes? Have you not been watching? Or actually, have you? Well, I mean, snakes are generally most people's unfavorite mob type in this game. They ignore a lot of like soft CC, meaning that if you're trying to slow them or chill them, they just run right through as if it doesn't exist. They can poison and like crowd control you for days. That's also deal a lot of damage. It's basically you kill them before they kill you type situation, because they're what the things you would want to try to counter with. Like, let's say, I'll give you an example. Cow traps is a perfect example, right? So if I throw a cow trap down and it's a snake, right? He's not going to care. He's going to literally slither straight through the cow trap in 0.5 seconds and then hit you with the stun. Which is kind of a weird thing, considering that like soft CCs are supposed to do something. And then when they hit you, obviously it's a crowd control at the time. One that is a little longer than most. So like you're forced to, so I'll put it this way. So for a player like myself, I'm forced into melee range because there's no way to play them at a distance. You are bound to get hit. The only counter play is you're either tankier than the snake or you kill it before it kills you. That's kind of the idea. So the counter to snakes is just to outgear them, versus other mob types. You mostly have a chance of being able to either outplay it or you know, that kind of thing. Snakes is you either have the gear to tank them bad boys or kill them before they kill you, or you don't. Juggernaut with the raid. What's up, man? Sorry I can't do the dance, but I appreciate you, man.
Yo, dark side, we just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop
How's
my
it going,
new
man?
beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What up, man?
Juggernaut raided my stream with 28 views.
I mean, there are other mob types that are like annoying too as well, but more often than not, I can be like, okay, I probably shouldn't have did that, or I shouldn't have made that move, or whatever. Snakes is a straight up gear check. Just don't worry, he did the dance. What a kill, bro. But Juggernaut, how's it going, man? Did beat go crazy? Ever played Diablo Immortal? I did when it first came out. I played the alphas and the betas, and then when it released, the game obviously was not in a great state when it released. I hear it's considerably better now. But honestly, overall, I think Diablo Immortal is actually a really good game if you remove the microtransactions part of things. Like the base game itself is actually like really solid, especially now. But as a mobile game, it's to be expected to have pretty aggressive microtransactions. It's kind of designed for that purpose. But I think it's a good game. I heard about you heading to Blizzard. Yeah, I will be next week. Be playtesting the expansion next week. That's is max temper roll on both one GA dagger versus GA sword, but low temper on duration, which is better for Heartseeker. Doesn't matter. Whichever one roll better. Dagger or sword, the weapon type does not matter for Heartseeker. So whichever one roll better is the one that you roll with. Only reason why you take only reason why dagger is seen on people's planners is because it makes your dash and your shadow step feel slightly more agile. That's it. There is no damage difference, or you're not going to clear better or faster or anything. So Maxroll and temper is better. I mean, if it's so when you say max temper roll, are you talking about max temper on what stat? On like the duration, or are you talking about max temper roll on duration? I see. I'd probably say the 3GA sword, honestly. Because I mean you're not gonna really see the differences between having a lower duration versus a higher cow trap duration unless you're doing like really, really high pushes. Are you planning on pushing like 140 plus? If not, or actually 130, I'll say like 130, 135 plus. If you're not, then the amount of duration, the duration percent difference, having a good roll versus a mediocre roll won't matter. Because on like speed farming, it won't matter. You will never reach the max duration anyway. Lowest roll on duration. Okay. Well, okay. So if you're so you're pushing. Okay, I'll probably take the duration then. Honestly, unless you're dying, like unless that max help is gonna keep you alive better, I would just take the duration, because the duration is going to matter more in the higher ups, like the real higher ups. Yeah, I'll keep both of them. Do the dagger with the high duration for pushing. Do the sword for speed farming. The children trying to push and gear for rogues. Say, hey man. Oh, I think I already said about the Diablo Immortal thing. All right. How many master we have? Be nice to finish master working this thing, huh? But Not what I needed. But sure, why not? Actually, some of the masterworks aren't that bad. Probably would need to remaster work my amulet though. Chest and also glove and pants. But we'll do that later.
Use it well.
This guy got me one of the best of my old school Echo gear. I started wearing Echo way late apparently. But I guess growing up though, like back when Echo was like a thing, I just couldn't really, I'll say afford brand name stuff, but like growing up, I guess never really had it. So like when you're in a position to where you can, you know, get your own things and you see something you like, is like, okay, well, I'm gonna get it now just because I like this the style, right? So despite the fact that it was cool years ago, right? Like, you know, over a decade and a half ago, whatever. I like the style, so I'm gonna get it. I mean, it still looks good. So it is what it is. This is one of my favorite shirts. To you're honest, I don't mind if you, yeah, because that's just what makes you. We all die in a game like this, and you're just showing that we're all equal. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. Once I perfect my stuff, I mean, it'll be better, obviously. But there are some things where I'll put it this way. I kind of feel like, much like in Diablo 3, Blizzard has had a hard time making true range builds be range builds per se. Like we eventually end up being forced to be in melee range in some way, shape, or form at some point. Whether the game forces you in that range or whether just the mechanics of a certain skill or whatever just works better, like, you know, up close than at the intended distance of a set skill. Blizzard's always been not so great at that, or pretty poor with that in general, dating all the way back to D3 times. And it's something that I feel like other games do better with. Like Last Epoch does better at actually having a true range build. It's like true range builds based on the way the game is played. Even Path of Exile in like a similar sense. But Diablo seems to struggle with range being effective. And I get that there's a okay, we got some good rolls there. I get there's a thing where it's like, okay, well, obviously if you're playing at range, you're at an advantage, you don't get hit as much. So there needs to be some sort of disadvantage from being at a range that melee players who have to get hit don't have, right? So it's always a really tough thing to balance that. But I just feel like eventually Blizzard kind of just gives up on that, and we just all end up in melee range in some way, shape, or form. And it just kind of it's kind of annoying for someone who likes to play range, like an actual true range, because then you just, like, that style just dies out eventually. Like, for instance, like rapid fire is a perfect example of that, right? It's like it makes more sense to play with puncture and play it up close, despite the fact that it's a range skill, because you just end up in melee range anyway, just due to how things work in the game, more often than not. So kind of annoying, because like I try to keep the archetype alive, and I guess end up doing more harm than help when that happens. So maybe next season I can probably keep that going, but definitely in season 4, like, it's hard to vouch for, let's say, Heartseeker or Force Arrow over Puncture for rapid fire, despite the fact that rapid fire is a range skill, and a range basic attack just doesn't really necessarily make as much sense with the range skill. And you say that out loud and you're just like, that just sounds so weird, but it kind of is what it is. Like that is what it is. Should you reroll your triple masterwork exploit affix and try to hit malice or lucky hit for your pin shot? No. Keep exploit. Why would you want to change out of that? Am I playing last Epoch new season soon? Probably not. Just because I'm gonna be gone for like most of next week because I'm gonna be in California. So I don't want to play last Epoch for like a couple of days and then jet out. If that makes sense. I'll be gone for like 4 days. I'll be gone from like well, I'll be packing most of Wednesday, but I'll be gone Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll be back like Monday morning. Not this week, but next week. All right. Who are we going to go to tonight? Oh, Echohack is playing Star Ocean. Am I going to Blizz as well? Well, yeah. I'm not streaming the expansion like Woody, Maxroll, Rax, and I think Fame Regardless Store. But I'm in the group of creators that will be able to test the expansion earlier. So I'll be able to play the expansion before those 4 people will. But I don't get to like stream it like live to you guys in a sense. But it'll be fun. It'll be fun. I'm excited to go. I just hope I feel well enough to enjoy my trip. Says shoot me, I was rocking Echo in 2000. I got some shirts. They're gonna force you to play Spiritborn. Yeah, they're gonna tie me down and create my own character, right? Like on my machine setup, they're gonna only have the Spiritborn class. They're gonna like delete the rogue from the game, so I can't mess with that in expansion. I'm gonna play Spiritborn though first, and then I'm gonna play some rogue. And yeah, enjoy Echohack. He's playing Star Ocean. Star Ocean is a awesome classic. One of the best action RPGs, JRPGs of all time. He's a cool guy. Haven't seen him stream much, honestly. So it's cool to kind of see him on now. Get some California tacos and barbecue. Definitely the barbecue. I'm not much of a taco person. But definitely a barbecue for sure. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow night. We'll do more rapid fire, I guess, and then I might build into some Barrage. We'll see. And then sometime towards the end of the week, we will definitely play some Frozen Orb Sorc. We'll finish that up. So appreciate y'all as always. Till next time.